numbers. And like Nolan Ryan before him, Roy Oswalt can flat out bring it. Since 2001, he's the major's winningest pitcher. But the Marlin bats are smoking hot. Will they stay hot tonight? Marlins and Astros. Oh, another night in paradise. South Florida tonight, baseball tonight, the Fish on a roll right now. Winners of 4 in a row. They won last night, the opening game of the 4-game set against the Astros. What does it all mean? Well, in the East, the Fish have crept within 3.5 games. In the wild card, the Marlins have pulled even with the Cubs. The Rockies still the wild card leaders. Hi, everybody. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton. Welcome to another night of baseball.
Some of the reasons, Dan Uggla's been on a nice little roll, but it starts at the top of the order. Coghlan with a 9-game streak. Hanley has a 6-game hitting streak. Nick Johnson has been unbelievable ever since he's been a Marlin. And Baker, Cody Ross, Dan Uggla, everybody seems to be contributing. But once again, it starts with those guys at the top of the order. They've been getting on base, drawing walks, getting...
Very intriguing matchup, Oswalt-Volstad.
Oswalt has an irritated disc in his lower back. He's not started since July 28th, so they're really not sure how he's going to pitch tonight. Chris Volstad, coming off an outing against the Nationals, gave up a home run to Zimmerman. He's given up 23 long balls this year. Must keep the ball down. An aggressive hitting ball club with some power.
Must keep moving. Must keep winning. That's the mantra of the Fish right now. They try to do it again tonight against the Houston Astros. Marlins, Astros, coming up. Thursday nights. Send your questions. Ask.themarlins at fox.com. Ask.themarlins at fox.com. David Sampson will be by during the game, and we've got lots of stadium questions for him. For answers now, we go out to Frank Fort.
Thanks, Rich, and I'll be happy to answer questions during the game as well if you have a question on an email Tuesday. Hey, we want to tip you off. Our newest edition of Inside the Marlins will debut this coming Sunday at 4 o'clock. That is prior to Marlins Live and our game coverage of the Marlins and Colorado Rockies game. Who does it feature? Well, none other than the manager of the 2003 World Series champion Florida Marlins. That is Jack McKeon. Here's a sneak preview of our newest edition of Inside the Marlins. On this this edition of Inside the Marlins. He never made it to the big leagues as a player, but Jack McKeon has spent 60 years in baseball.
What you see is what you get. I'm going to lay it on the line, and I can be right and I can be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I'll be accountable.
McKeon worked in the front office or managed for 5 different big league teams, earning the nickname Trader Jack as he transformed the San Diego roster into the National League champs in 1984.
He started booming around here and there, and before we knew it, we got so much better at the end of the year because of his work.
The crowning moment came in 2003 when McKeon took over a struggling Marlins team and guided them to the playoffs and the World Series title.
When I introduced him to everybody, you know, his first words out of his mouth were, "You want to win? You want to have some fun? Leave your egos at the door."
Jack stays active these days as a special assistant, keeping an eye on the Marlins minor league team in Greensboro near his North Carolina home.
His experience that he has and the knowledge of the game that he has is tremendous, and it's very cool to just have his eyes here to watch him.
That's all next on Inside the Marlins. Inside the Marlins, Jack McKeon again. It debuts Sunday at 4 o'clock. You can check our website, sunsportstv.com. Click on Marlins for a complete listing of the Inside the Marlins shows. Here's our pitching matchup, Game 2 tonight. Roy Oswalt, 5-4 in his career against the Fish, against Chris Volstad, 1-0 in his career against the Astros. Rich Waltz, Tommy Hutton with starting lineups and first pitch on the way next here on Sun Sports.
Reliability of a Toyota during Toyota's Best for Less sales event. By Aflac, we've got you under our wing. By Metro PCS, with Metro PCS, get plans starting at $30 a month. Metro PCS. And by Publix, where shopping is a pleasure. All right, let's do this now. Astros, Marlins. Game 2 of a 4-game series. Marlins winners last night by a score of 8-6. The Astros lineup looks this way, very similar to last night. In fact, it is last night's lineup. Here we go. Michael Bourne, Kaz Matsui, Miguel Tejada, Carlos Lee, Jeff Blum, Hunter Pence, Ivan Rodriguez behind the plate. Darren Erstad had a big night last night. The only difference is the man in the 9 spot. That would be Roy Oswalt.
Not an easy assignment for Chris Volstad, and I've been thinking about this. He's a guy who's a control pitcher. He's around the strike zone a lot, and you have a very aggressive hitting team. Guys like Tejada, Carlos Lee, they don't strike out much, so he's going to have to make good pitches. He's going to have to keep that 2-seamer down, change speeds a little bit, and he'll have success. So coming off an outing where he had a lead, couldn't hold it in Washington, hoping to get a lead and hold it tonight.
Our weather tonight brought to you by Mikasuki. Come play our way. A nice night, a little humid later on tonight. The Perseus meteor shower. I'm not sure if we'll be on the air for that, but if we are, we'll try to get you highlights. Maybe that'll be our post-game highlight package of the meteor shower. Here is Bourne with Kaz Matsui and Miguel Tejada to follow. And a high pop third base side is out of play. The Astros come in at 55 and 57. Cecil Cooper and the Stros just trying to stay in the race right now. The Marlins, of course, made up half a game in the East and caught the Cubs in the wild card. There is Cooper in his third year as the skipper. And Volstad gets another strike on Bourne. The count 1-2.
Yeah, and gets it on a changeup, so that's a good pitch to establish early.
Houston 7 back in the wild card. And he buries that pitch. It's 2-2. Chris's numbers are really interesting this year. He's a guy that coming up in the minor leagues and even last year in his 15 starts did not give up a lot of home runs. Just 3 homers last year. Bourne smokes it on the ground, bobbled, and Volstad just wins the race. And that's not easy when you're racing against Michael Bourne.
Well, that gives you a great idea of the speed that Bourne has. A little bobble, and he almost beats this. Good play by Chris Volstad to get over there.
One thing we've learned about Volstad in just his season and a half in the big leagues, Tommy, he's a very good athlete.
Yes, he is. For someone 6'8", he moves well off the mound. We've seen him make some good plays on bunts.
Here is Matsui. And Matsui,
there's another good example.
Right back to Volstad. And there's 2 down. So we've got a 3-1 in the books and a 1-3 in the books.
Well, we've seen good defense. Let's check out the defense for the Fish tonight. Coughlin, Ross, and Hermida in the outfield. Cantu at third, Johnson at first. Ramirez and Ugla up the middle. John Baker been on a nice roll with the bat as well. He's behind the plate.
Here's one of the aggressive bats that you talked about, Miguel Tejada. And Tejada added to his National League hit total, which leads the National League, 145 now. 3 of them last night. Volstad pumps in a fastball. By the way, working home plate is Adrian Johnson. Jim Joyce at first, Bill Miller at second, Darrell Cousins at third. It was Adrian Johnson who on Thursday tossed Freddie out of the game in Washington. Change up, pop up. Cantu. Very nice start. 8-pitch start for Chris Volstad. '59 and '53, 3.5 back in the East, winners of 4 in a row. And the lineup, top of the lineup, looks this way. Chris Coughlin leads it off. Nick Johnson right behind him. Hanley Ramirez at shortstop. Jorge Cantu his cleanup. John Baker's up in the 5 spot in this ball game with Dan Ugla behind him. Cody Ross 7th. Jeremy Hermida gets the start of the 8th spot, and Volstad hits 9th. And who knows what we'll see out of Roy Oswalt. If it's anything like he's been over the last 8 seasons, it'll be really good. But If his back is bothering him, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, and he hasn't pitched a game since July 28th, and even in that game against the Cubs, he went an inning and 2/3 and had to leave the game. But just outstanding electric stuff. Big, slow curveball to go along with that heater.
And a guy that's been the anchor of this rotation. That one misses down low. Oswalt, a changeup. He didn't look too happy that he didn't get that call. It's 2-1. Coghlan, of course, has been outstanding in these last 10 days. A 9-game hitting streak. 1 for 3 last night. He walked 2 times last night as well. So his on-base percentage way up. And as a result, the Marlins offense is clicking. And you can see Oswalt's not real pleased with himself right now to go 3-1.
I think a little upset at that one pitch, the changeup that was called a ball.
That's a strike. Coghlan wasn't quite sure. And it's 3-2.
Well, once again, and we mentioned it last night. Here's Chris Coghlan. Here's the 3-2 pitch coming.
We should just record that. We could go out and get something to eat. Here's the 3-2. Coghlan lines it into left field, a base hit. The kid is red hot. 10 straight, and he's starting to creep into, Tommy, the Rookie of the Year conversation in the National League. As well he should.
As well he should. He's been playing a lot. He got off to a slow start, but he has been on fire. Gets a 3-2 fastball up and just shoots it into left field with a nice swing. Colby Rasmus, Dexter Fowler are some others. And I think later on this week we'll give you a comparison of some of the rookie numbers and where Chris Coghlan is with some of those others.
I saw Dexter Fowler run headfirst into center field last night in Colorado. We'll see Dexter Fowler this weekend when the Rockies are here. Now Nick Johnson. And Oswalt starts 1-0 on Johnson. Johnson's addition has been an obvious spark to the offense in the 2 spot. This is game number 10. He's walked 11 times. 1 for 4 last night. Freddie, when making out his lineup, took a peek at the numbers against Oswalt. The Marlins in their lineup have some guys that have hit Oswalt very well. Oftentimes, Tommy, when it's a matchup against a guy like Oswalt, you say, well, you know what? It doesn't really matter because it was not against these Marlins. It was against the 04, the 05 Marlins. Oswalt's career numbers against the Fish, he's 5-4. But against these Marlins, this group, not so good. In fact, he was 0-2 last year.
0-2 with an ERA over 11.
Johnson pops it out into left center. Bourne picks up anything he can get with El Caballo there in left. Hanley Ramirez against Oswalt, one of those guys. Look at that. 8 for 19, 2 homers. The Marlins hit 5 homers against Oswalt last year.
Hanley Ramirez against the Astros, period, has put up some big numbers. And you think about it, you play a team in another division sporadically, and he's been able to put up some huge numbers, over 400.
Hanley fouls that one off. He's going to need a new bat. And the count is 0-1. Well, after extensive research at the conclusion of the game last night, it was determined that that's the first time anyone has been intentionally walked to face Hanley Ramirez since he's been in the big leagues.
That's pretty amazing. And we talked about that move by Cecil Cooper. Laid it all out there, the averages. He wanted to go with the righty against the righty, and he paid the price.
Coghlan's at first, Oswalt to the plate, and Hanley fouls it off. Did you catch what Hanley did when he got the bat? the new bat, instead of going to the pine tar rag, he simply went to his helmet. He rubbed his bat.
That's where he has his pine tar.
On his helmet. And so Hanley with a count 0-2 against Roy Oswalt.
Oswalt's had a lot of no decisions. His last 19 starts, he's just 6-2. So he's had 11 no decisions.
For the Astros, they have won his last 6 starts. He's 3-0 in those 6 starts, but the Astros have won all 6 that he started. And that includes the game that he lasted just an inning and 2/3 against the Cubs and came out with the back injury.
Well, it is interesting, and when I asked his manager, Cecil Cooper, before the game, I said, what do you expect from Oswalt tonight? And he goes, I don't know. They knew he threw on the side, but now he extends himself a little bit more in game situations.
(0-2). Check swing. Adrian Johnson said he went around. Hanley has struck out, and there's 2 outs.
And Hanley was hoping he'd get some help from the first base umpire, but yeah, he probably did. Jim Joyce down there at first base, he wasn't needed.
Here's Cantu. Jorge has driven in runs in his last 2 games and is up to 63 RBIs. Drove in a run last night. Now you've got Pudge behind the plate. Oswalt is not necessarily lightning quick to the plate, but Pudge has thrown out 31% of the base stealers this year. Not a lot of people run against the Astros. Only 43 attempted against Rodriguez this year. Hanley stole a bag against him last night. Cantu hits it hard. Blum backs up and gets the out the short way. So we're underway. An inning in the books. Roy Oswalt's back looks okay, and we're scoreless. Had a brief first inning.
Yeah, 2 strikes. He made some good plays himself. Got over to first base quickly. Was able to pick this one hopper off the bat of Matsui. And then an off-speed pitch, a changeup. Got a hot hitter to Miguel Tejada. So that's a pitch that's important for him to change speeds against this aggressive swinging club.
Carlos Lee watches a big breaking ball miss outside. Carlos Lee told me today he has 10,000 head of cattle in Panama. And he also has a cattle ranch in Houston. Up the middle, Ugla, in fact, is behind the bag, and his throw is a lazy one. And Nick Johnson is unable to pick it. Had lots of time, and a play that should have been made.
Yeah, it should have been, because Carlos Lee does not run well at all. He may be able to herd cattle, but has a little trouble getting up the line. And Dan Ugla had time. He was a long way away. He just didn't get off a strong throw. And short hop, sometimes that's picked, but not that time. Should be an error charged to Ugla.
It is, and here is Blum. So you got Blum and then Pence with El Caballo at first. Blum, a hot bat right now for the Astros. Has homered 5 times since the All-Star break. A versatile guy who's used in a lot of places. He's a Wes Helms type guy. But with Lance Berkman out,
and with Aaron Boone missing the season, or a good part of the season.
Well, the good news about Boone was that he played last night in a Double-A game. What great news.
Blum and Boone are very good friends, and he's been staying in touch with him. He told me that Boone actually worked out with the Astros to get himself ready before he went to start his rehab assignment.
1-1 pitch. Drive to right and deep. Hermida has room and makes the catch. So there's one out. Super Saturday is this Saturday with the Rockies here at 6:10. Stephen Curtis Chapman is the concert, and a fireworks spectacular is presented by American Fasteners. Marlins pennant flag courtesy of South Florida Ford dealers as well. 1-877 Marlins. Fasteners. Like to hear Harry Carey read that. Fasteners. Hunter Pence. Pence, the hyperactive right fielder, is a bundle of energy. He's fast. He gets good jumps. He's one of the best at beating out infield hits. He's 5th in the National League in infield hits.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that.
No.
He has a little Jeff Francoeur in him, but he runs better than Francoeur.
The Francoeur is in the aggressiveness with the bat in his hand. Bolstad misses inside. Happy to announce that the Washington Nationals have pulled into Atlanta and promptly have taken a 1-0 lead over the Braves. That's in the bottom of the first. The Nationals, who made the Marlins miserable and Marlin fans miserable.
Well, I tell you what, Chris Volstad, I know Carlos Lee does not run well, but he started to dance off first base because Chris didn't look at him. And I think a number of guys, the dugout's talking to Baker about it, a number of guys are yelling to Volstad, even though he can't run, give him a look. Don't just forget about him at all.
Two-1. Pence pops it up. And Hanley makes the catch. 2 outs. This weekend, Big Fox has got the game of the week, and it's the Phillies and the Braves. Fox Saturday Baseball this week, 4 o'clock on Fox.
Well, the Phillies, Wednesday night, tomorrow night, will be sending Pedro Martinez to the mound in Chicago at Wrigley Field.
Tonight they're sending Jay Happ to the mound. Rich Harden goes for the Cubs. It's an interesting series because the Cubs have lost 2 in a row.
Who do you root for? You're a Marlins fan.
The Phillies obviously have lost 3 straight to the Marlins. Here's Pudge. You know, I've talked to a few Marlins about that, and the resounding answer is you don't root for anybody. Just try to keep winning games.
That's good.
And once you get to mid-September, then you lock in on a team at that point. But if you take care of business and just win games, the Marlins, as an example, last night picked up a half game on the Phillies, so it's 3.5. In the wild card, they didn't pick up a game, but they caught the Cubs in the wild card. Caballo is running. Ground ball third. Cantu knocks it down. On to first in time. He had a big jump at first. And Volstad gets through the second. We'll be working this game, the Sunday night game at Petco Park in San Diego. The USA's best high school baseball players take the stage, the 7th annual AFLAC All-American High School Baseball Classic on Fox Sports Florida. Roy Oswalt goes to work. I know it's Email Tuesday. We haven't read any emails yet. We're having a technical email issue right now. The email wrangler is all tangled up in blue, as Bob Dylan would say, and hopefully we'll sort that out, and we'll get the emails going. If not, I'm going to give Tommy's cell phone number out. You could just text us. Here's Baker, and he takes a strike with Ugla and Ross right behind him. Bake's numbers, great note in the Marlins notes about Marlin catchers and what they've done in the second half. John Baker, 346 second half average, line drive center, and it's caught by Bourne. Ronnie Paulino leads all catchers in the second half at 374. Baker is third. This isn't all of baseball. A.J. Przinsky is second at 372. So the Marlins have two of the top three catchers in terms of hitters in the second half.
Well, it's just another part of the reason that offense is really started to click. Everybody's contributing.
Ugla takes a strike at the knees. And it's 0-1. Dan last night had a couple hits. His numbers against Oswalt, not so good. 0 for 13 against the right-hander from Ware, Mississippi.
You know, it is interesting in tracking Oswalt's history because he's not a big guy. About 6 feet, about 185. He has spent 5 or 6 times on the disabled list, but they have not been arm injuries. He's been on the DL 3 times with growing injuries, a hip problem. The back has given him problems, but they've not been arm related.
He's grimaced a couple times after pitches.
Yeah, and he's not throwing 96, 97 the way he does. We've seen a lot of breaking balls. That little slider right there. We've seen some change-ups. He hasn't broken out the big, slow curveball.
Two coming. There's the fastball at 93.
Because when he's on the top of his game, his fastball's a little higher than that.
There's his range tonight, 94. And the changeup at 82.
And usually that slow curveball's in the 70s.
Ugla pulls one into left field. And you know what? They are starting to fall for Dan Ugla.
I talked to him about that because you brought it up last night. And I saw him sitting on the bench before BP, and we talked about how it seems like the worm is turning. And some balls that were hit at infielders, now they're taking funny little hops, getting by infielders. Line drives are dropping. So that's good news for the Marlins, too.
So now he's 1 for 14 in his career against Roy Oswalt.
And he's 9 for his last 21 overall, so Dan Ugla hitting over 400 last 21 ABs.
All right, here's Cody, who was 0 for 2 last night, but drove in a run. Line shot, Tejada back to first. Out is Ugla. A double play. Ugla doubled up, and the Marlins are done just like that in the second. Let's see if Erstad got the tag. Wow, that was close. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Florida Marlins may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Florida Marlins or Dennis Menke. An Astro of old.
Or I got another good one. I thought of this last night because a lot of people forget this. Joe Morgan.
Little Joe.
He was originally an Astro before he was traded to the Big Red Machine.
He may have been a Colt 45.
Yeah.
Before they renamed him the Astros. Erstad. Last night, Erstad announced his arrival here with a 2-run homer in the second, and then an RBI double in the 8th against his good friend, Brendan Donnelly. Volstad gets a strike, 3-1.
A couple of blue-collar type guys. Donnelly and Erstad, teammates with the Angels. Erstad has missed some playing time with a hamstring injury, but filling in right now for Lance Berkman.
Erstad is aboard. You know, the funny thing is, I asked Erstad about Donnelly, and he said Brendan is one of his top 3 favorite teammates of all time. And he said it was really weird facing him. Erstad said he faced John Lackey for the first time recently, and he said that was really strange from their days as Angels. And so I went over and asked Donnelly, I said, you know, Erstad said some good things about you. And he said, flat out, he's one of my 3 top favorite teammates. He said the same thing that Erstad said.
That's great.
So they're good friends. They respect each other. Donnelly, of course, won that pivotal Game 6 of the 2002 World Series. Erstad and the Angels came roaring back to beat the Giants.
And Donnelly probably off limits tonight for Freddie.
Yes. Oswalt going to be bunting. Donnelly hadn't pitched 2 innings consecutively in a while.
Yeah, since postseason, since he was in postseason.
05.
Yeah. Freddie did say, had he not had the 6-pitch inning, he wouldn't have brought him out for the next inning, but he had a 6-pitch inning. He said, okay, I'll try to get another, and that's how he helped the bullpen. He gave a couple of other guys a little rest by going 2 innings. The peril of walking the 8th hitter is that you set up this sacrifice situation with Oswalt.
Olstad pops it. Johnson has to detour, gets there, and flips on over to first. So the sacrifice is complete, and now the Astros will try to get the run home with the top of the order.
Number 21,
Michael Bourne.
Oswalt did his job. And here's an interesting number. Bourne, who has all the stolen bases, 40, and he has struck out a lot, but he's hitting well with runners in scoring position, 382. So for a leadoff guy, he's done a nice job driving in some runs.
You know, Michael Bourne has done what the Marlins are hoping Emilio Bonifacio can do, and that's improve his on-base percentage as his career goes along. One of the knocks on Bourne has always been, yeah, he's fast, but you can't steal first. Well, this year, he came in hitting it at 284. His on-base percentage is up over 350, which, if you've got the speed of Michael Bourne, now you've got something, if you can get on base at that clip. Bonifacio's on-base percentage is under 300.
And remember, he came over from the Philadelphia Phillies in that Brad Lidge deal, but was happy because here's a guy who was drafted by the Phillies but was born in Houston.
Yep.
So once he came to the Astros, elated.
Yeah, his dad is a youth league coach, and his dad also had Carl Crawford on that team. In fact, as legend has it, they've raced only once when they were 13 or 14, and Crawford beat him by a step.
I thought you were going to tell me Crawford, his story is that he won by a step, and Bourne's story is that he won by a step.
Well, maybe that might be the case, but the article I read said that Crawford won by a step, and they haven't had a rematch since. But they lead their respective leagues in stolen bases. There's Matsui on deck, 3-1. Well, you want to go right after Bourne. You don't want anything to do with Tejada and Lee in this inning if you're Volstad. Up the middle, into center field. That's a base hit. And trucking around third is Erstad. The throw is cut, and the Astros have the first run of the night. And a leadoff walk will do that.
Yeah, it set the whole inning up, allowed Oswalt to drop down the sac bunt. Erstad certainly doesn't run the way he used to, but this base hit, and we talked about Bourne hitting so well with runners in scoring position, over 380. And this ball off the mound into center. Erstad scores. And now you don't expect Bourne to hang around too long at first base either.
No, this is a matchup that is not good for the Marlins. Volstad is not quick to the plate. Bourne has 40 stolen bases. Niger Morgan with 36 and closing. Not running. Matsui takes a strike. Tell you one thing about Adrian Johnson, the home plate umpire, he let you know. He's no Jim Joyce, but we'll have Jim Joyce tomorrow night.
Yeah, we'll get Jim tomorrow night.
Joyce is at first base tonight. There's Jim Joyce. gotten a little closer.
Once, as a base runner, you just get back in time. That kind of locks in that, okay, that's the maximum lead I can get.
Not running, and Matsui puts it in the air to left. Coghlan. 2 outs. Here comes Tejada, and the likelihood that Bourne is running is even higher now.
Number 10, shortstop Miguel Tejada.
Tejada popped out back in the first.
You know, when you watch Bourne get his lead, right in that area. Let me see if I can do that a little better. Right about there, as the cutout, that's about as far as he's going to get. If you see a runner get that far out, he has a really good lead. And with each time and step, he takes a little more.
Tejada takes inside. I'm surprised that he hasn't run yet.
Yeah, me too. He's got a guy up there with 64 RBIs, a guy leading the league in hits. He's pretty close to that cutout. See, the thing about Chris, he's not bad to first base. He's pretty quick, has a quick move because of his athletic ability, quick feet. But when he delivers to the plate, he's a little slower.
There aren't many 6'8" pitchers that are quick to the plate. There he goes. And Tejada fouled it back. So Bourne picked the pitch to run on that was fouled back.
You know, one of the first to ever incorporate the slide step is Jim Cott. He doesn't like the way a lot of pitchers today do it. He thinks it's done incorrectly. They don't keep their weight on the backside. But he was one of the first to do that.
Bourne bluff. He's chased back by Volstad. One and one to Miguel Tejada. Long wait by Volstad. Bourne's not budging.
One of the things it's not the most exciting thing in the game, but to keep a base stealer from getting the best jumps is just to try to disrupt his timing. And sometimes it's by taking your time on the mound.
Now Volstad's out in front, 1 and 2. Tejada and the Astros last year, I think people, much like the Marlins season last year, people forget that the Astros had a good year last year. They were 86 and 75 last year. The Marlins, of course, won 84 games, their third highest win total. There goes Bourne. Pitches inside. Baker's throw not nearly in time.
So with all that, Bourne still got a pretty good jump and picked up stolen base number 41. The key is quickness. He's very quick. Once he gets that first step and a good straight on slide.
Two on Tejada. Changeup got him. Baker will pick it up and throw him out. Inning over, but the Astros get the first run and lead at 1-0.
tonight on Sun Sports. In the first inning, Chris Volstad extended his hitting streak to 10 games. Now, we told you earlier this season in Los Angeles, Chris had gotten a batch of bats that had Chris Coghlan, LA Dodgers. Well, how does that happen? Well, you see, this is how it happens. The bats are branded, and it's good old-fashioned typeset that they do. I asked Chris, has he ever gotten an explanation as to why the bat said Dodgers? He said, they never really told me anything. You have to guess, though, that whoever sets that type simply forgot to change it from Dodgers to Marlins. Chris, in fact, is still using some of those Dodger bats. In fact, he used it last night when he extended his hitting streak to 9 games. So there are still some bats in use that say Chris Coghlan, LA Dodgers.
And Hanley was so tickled by that whole thing that he actually was using those bats too, because he saw the Dodger and he got in on it and said, well, then let me use it. They became very popular, especially the way Coghlan is swinging the bat. Hermida slices that one foul, and the count's 2-1.
Yeah, all of a sudden the hot hitters' bats become popular amongst everybody. Pitchers like to use them.
Two-one coming. Changeup now. Hermida has hit Oswalt well. A couple of home runs in his 5 hits against the pitcher that has won more games than anybody in baseball since 2001. You're looking at it.
There was that slow hook, 73 miles an hour, and Hermida just out in front of him.
You can lock in priority seating for the new Marlins ballpark. Purchase a current Marlins season ticket plan and reserve your spot. 1-877-MARLINS. The number to call. Marlins baseball. It's where you want to be.
Boy, I love that picture of the new stadium.
Well, we've got a couple issues here tonight. The email wrangler is
still all tangled up.
All tangled up. Apparently, we've had some sort of crash in the system, and the emails are backed up, and we're unable to access them.
Good eye.
Tommy has written down some questions that fans had for David Sampson.
Yes.
We're scurrying around. The best technicians that we have are trying to solve the email dilemma. And so we apologize for that. Volstad takes a strike, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, the thing about Oswalt, you talk about consistency in this game. And 7 times in his career, he's won 14 games or more. Been a 19-game winner once, a 20-game winner twice. And there's a look at the scouting report. Injury, big question mark. What's going to happen? Mid-90s, we haven't seen that a whole lot. And that big slow curveball.
Volstad drives that ball to the right. Pence goes back, reaches, and makes the catch. Speaking of magic bats, that's the one that Josh Johnson's been using, and Volstad had a big double with it, and he drives that one to right, hits it pretty well.
Boy, I tell you what, that's a magic glove by Hunter Pence. This ball is hit well. I was surprised Pence got back because he wasn't playing deep. With Volstad up there, was able to turn, got there, makes a nice play, and robs Chris Volstad of extra bases. So we have the magic bat and the magic glove.
Unfortunately, that doesn't carry over to the email. I'm bummed about the whole email thing. That's it's a Tuesday night. It just doesn't feel right. Coghlan drives that one to center field, hits it deep. Bourne goes back, looks up. That ball's off the wall, and Coghlan pulls in with a double. Well, wouldn't you know, the night after his consecutive streak for multi-hit games ends, Coghlan has 2 hits tonight.
Yeah, but still continues his streak. 10-game hitting streak. Has had a couple of nice swings and base hits off one of the game's toughest, Roy Oswalt. One hopper off the wall, played by Bourne. And, you know, you hear this said, and Chris Coghlan's a young hitter, but as he matures, he'll get more power. There's no question about it.
Nick Johnson now.
Can I go out on a limb and say, if we're not able to unwrangle the email wrangler tonight, we possibly could do emails on Wednesday night. Am I out of line here?
No, heck yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we can do whatever we want, really.
Oh, okay.
Except we can't take emails tonight, apparently. We're being told.
It sounds like Wednesday's looking real good right now.
Here's the 1-0. Down low, Oswalt falls behind Nick Johnson, and it's 2-0. Oswalt.
Well, let's see. Do they walk Nick Johnson to get to Hanley Ramirez?
Boy, that would be. I think so many people that saw that last night, both Marlin fans, viewing audience, and I think Astros fans were stunned by that. With 2 outs and a runner at second, an intentional walk of Nick Johnson. And it wasn't one of those deals where they fell behind him and then decided to walk him. They flat out intentionally walked him from the get-go, and Hanley hurt him with an RBI single.
Needless to say, from what I understand, the post-game answers by Cecil Cooper about that were very short.
I'm comfortable with that, his response when asked about walking Nick Johnson. Of course, if Hanley pops out, then everybody says, great move, Skip.
I tell you what, if Hanley pops out, nobody really even talks about it. Because they go, well, he had the righty against the righty. Makes sense, having not looked in and delved into all the numbers.
3-1 with Coughlin at second, 1-0 Houston on top. That's it, and Johnson walks. So this is not an intentional walk. Last night, after the intentional walk, it put Johnson at first with Coughlin at second. Hanley, it had never happened before in his big league career. No one had ever intentionally walked a hitter to get to Hanley.
That's pretty amazing. And then Hanley just smokes a ground ball past Blum for the RBI single, hitting over 420 with runners in scoring position. Highest batting average in the league against right-handed pitching, over 360. And an over 400 batting average against the Astros.
Oswalt really slowing the game down. Marlins beat him twice last year. He was 17-10, but 2 of those losses were to the Fish.
Oswalt has finished 4th twice in the Cy Young voting and 3rd one time. Never won a Cy Young.
Junior college pitcher at Holmes Community College. Grew up in Ware, Mississippi, and was a 23rd round pick. So it wasn't like he dazzled every scout that he saw or that saw him.
I think he kind of falls into the Tim Lincecum category.
Yeah, it doesn't have the body type, or the, doesn't fit the prototype. And he's got a 2-0 pitch to swing at. And he drills it, and it's fair. Coughlin round third. He's going to score. Let's see if Johnson can get there. Here comes Nick. They're going to send him. Tejada's relay is cut. Hanley's on his way to third. Now he's on his way to second. Now he's in a rundown, and he's tagged out. And the Marlins take the lead. Hanley does it again. 2-run double. And the Fish take the lead.
Well, this ball is just smoked past Jeff Blum, our checkers double of the game. And for Hanley Ramirez, 77 RBIs as he brings home Chris Coghlan and Nick Johnson.
And so Chris Volstad will try to protect this lead. He misses inside, and it's 1-0. Carlos Lee, then Blum, and then Hunter Pence.
Rich, that was the area where Chris struggled in Washington. 6-0 lead and wasn't able to hold that.
Liner to left. Coghlan is getting much better in left. That's one of the things that has kind of gone unnoticed about Coghlan is his improved defense in left field. He made a terrific catch on the road trip, diving stop in Philly.
Yeah, he had back-to-back games with great catches. I like the way he positioned himself on that play because we see left fielders occasionally struggle with the lights.
You know, the other thing, and that ball is a good example of it, with his athleticism as an infielder, he comes in on the ball very well. He gets a good first step and a good jump to the ball. And obviously he's still learning the nuances of the catches and going to the wall. Well, he did make a wall catch in Philly.
Yeah, and the other thing, think about it, obviously he's getting used to this ballpark, but every new ballpark when the club goes to Houston, it'll be another new adventure for him in left field, dealing with the scoreboard behind him, the Crawford boxes above him. Now the angle goes out, the bullpen out there in left center.
Chris misses up. He doesn't look all too comfortable tonight. And the Marlins obviously need him. You look at the Fish rotation, the 4-5 spots still a little unsteady with Vandenhert and Sean West. The Marlins really have leaned on Josh Johnson and Ricky Nolasco. Change up, hit a long way to right field. Hermida goes back and makes the catch. That's the second change up that Blum has hit, and both have been to the track and right.
Jeff Blum's hit about 780 feet worth of outs.
All right, we don't have emails tonight, but we do have the duck. Only Hall of Famer to have managed the Astros. I'll bet you it has a Yankee twist to it. Line drive right field. Hunter Pence is aboard.
So Hall of Famer as a player, or is this gentleman, I wonder, in the Hall of Fame as a manager?
A guy I'm thinking of
Number 77.
is there as a player.
Are you going to share that with me?
The guy I'm thinking of, the last time I saw him was in a barber shop with a duck.
All right, I give up. There's Texas.
Yogi Berra.
Did he manage in Houston?
I don't think so. I think he was a coach. I think he coached in Houston.
All right, well then I'm out. I will not go to the showcase round. Pence runs, and Pudge sends that one into right center field. Pence got deked and actually slid into second, and that may have saved a run because he ends up at third. Ross mishandled the ball. Boy, a lot of things went on that play.
Well, we're seeing certainly the Astros take advantage of Chris Volstad's delivery to the plate. Pudge stays inside that ball well. He always has done that his entire career. Look, he's going go, go. And all of a sudden, Pence didn't pick up the ball. I think with 2 out, if you're stealing, you've got to pick up the ball.
He's got to hear that the crack of the bat.
So he was deked, and I don't know if he would have scored, but it would have given him an opportunity maybe to score.
But, I mean, his slide in a second was a head-first slide, which meant he thought that the ball was not put in play. Because if he got deked and thought it was a double play, he goes feet first, right? I mean, nobody goes into second on a play like that head first if he's not trying to steal the bag. Erstad.
I just think there are some times you have to peak, and I'll tell you, most base runners will tell you you don't lose speed if you take a quick peek back at the plate, even if it's not a hit and run.
There's Pence. Pudge at first. 0-2 to a dangerous Darren Erstad. Runner goes. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Chris Volstad kind of walking a tightrope right now. The Astros strand 2 more. Fish still up 2-1. When you need a car, truck, or van, who you going to call? 1-877-MAROONY by Checkers, Little Place Big Taste, and by Corona, official sponsor of the timeout. It's a 2-1 game, but it sure doesn't feel like it. Chris Volstad is on top. Roy Oswalt has not had his best stuff. Neither has Volstad.
Now, here's an indication as to how you can tell Oswalt doesn't have his best stuff, but it's also an indication of what a competitor he is.
Cantu pulls it foul.
He only has 1 strikeout. And that was Hanley back in the first inning. And one other indication is the way Chris Volstad hit that ball and almost drove it over Pence's head in right field. Usually pitchers don't have that good of swings against Oswalt.
Yeah, he's you wonder if he's either rusty or hurt or both.
I think it's both. I don't think we've seen sharpness with his pitches and control, and we certainly haven't seen the fastball that he can throw.
The Astros have questions about Mike Hampton and his ability to start on Thursday.
Supposedly, Hampton had a bullpen session before the game today and threw.
It's outside. What, did he have shots in both knees a couple days ago?
Yeah.
Came out of his last start with a sore knee in the second inning. Cantu gets a 3-1 pitch here. The Hanley Ramirez 2-run double has the Fish on top.
Well, I'm not sure what Jorge was looking for. There's Mike Hampton, hoping that he can pitch the finale of this series.
2 got another fastball. Bourne is there. All right, I went Yogi on the answer, and it doesn't sound like Yogi managed there.
I think you were just giving me lip service.
Only Hall of Famer to have managed the Astros. There you go.
The lip.
Leo DeRocher. Something's happened to the duck. You see, our email has crashed, and now the duck has crashed. Look, did you see the duck? He was frozen. Baker takes a strike. There's Leo, just in case you missed it. Baker lined to center back in the second. And Oswalt pounds the strike zone with a fastball. He's out in front 0-2. Cubs and Phillies are just underway in Chicago, scoreless in the bottom of the first. Atlanta has scored 3 times and leads Washington 3-1 in the fourth. And all of a sudden, Roy Oswalt.
There's a little better fastball from Oswalt.
Just pumped up a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Maybe that back is starting to loosen up. Wants it up, punch, putting the target up. Wants a high fastball. He got it, and it had some heat on it.
Of course, maybe he went in the clubhouse and had them get a car battery. And
that's always one of the greatest stories.
Yeah.
In baseball.
He had a shoulder injury lingering in the minor leagues in the offseason. He was fixing either a tractor or one of his trucks, and he got shocked by the car battery. Ugla drives that ball to right center, hits it deep. Pence goes back, looks up, it's off the wall. Dan around first has got himself a double. For a right-handed hitter, that's a long way to hit in this ballpark. And Ugla is 2 for 2 against Oswalt.
And again, you think about earlier in the year, this ball is hit well, sails back, and the right fielder makes a catch. But Dan Ugla has hit 2 balls hard and gets this one just a short hop off that right center field wall. And you're right, for righties to hit it out in that area, you've got to hit it hard. Dan Ugla has those forearms to do that.
0 for 13 against Oswalt before tonight. 2 for 2 tonight. And here's Cody, who lined into a double play in the second. Oswalt was reaching into his truck to fix something. The shock knocked him back 15-20 feet, and he dazed, got up, stumbled back into the house, and told his wife, "My shoulder feels great." And the doctor apparently felt that maybe that shock loosened some scar tissue in his shoulder. And ever since then, as legend has it, he's been outstanding.
And as we pointed out earlier, all of his times on the disabled list have been injuries other than his shoulder or elbow.
I mean, that's almost like Roy Hobbs and in the Natural with the lightning and the bat.
I think he said something like, "I done got shocked."
It done shocked the daylights out of my arm or something like that. You're right. It's 1-2. Well, the fastball all of a sudden has come back to Oswalt.
So I'm messing around the team bus during innings, between innings. Had the hood open.
Struck him out at the knees on the black. Oswalt punches out Ross. Ugla's left at second.
Ventaja de 2-1.
Our Spanish broadcasters, Cookie and Raul. Hi, guys.
Rich, Tommy, how are you?
Very good. Everything good?
Frio with us here.
Oh, yeah? That one foul back.
Foul.
How's your night going tonight?
Very good.
Great.
All right, you have a celebrity in your booth. We have a celebrity in our booth.
Who do you have?
We have David Sampson.
David Sampson's with us.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Mr. President. Yes.
That's
Mr.
right.
Iron Man as well.
That's
yes,
right.
Absolutely.
And we've got some questions for him.
Ooh.
Fastball hits Oswald.
Le da. Le dio a Oswald.
All right, guys, have a good show.
You two guys have fun there with Dave.
We will. Now we turn our attention to the president of the Marlins, who joins us now. Hi, David.
Hi, Rich. How are you?
I'm good. So I haven't seen you much around the ballpark, which I assume means you've been down at the other ballpark.
I've been at the new ballpark quite a bit. I've been holed up in my office. We're looking at a lot of plans. The train has left the station, and concrete is getting poured this Friday, 10 a.m. sharp. It's new things every day. It's constant decisions, conversations, and it seems like 2012 is just tomorrow, so it's exciting.
So basically, you're wearing out the hard hat.
The hard hat, it's shoes, actually. I'm no longer a loafer guy. I actually am using my old snow boots from Montreal Expos days, from the Caravan of Montreal.
That's a good idea.
Because other than that, your shoes, they don't last one day on the site.
Michael Bourne at the plate. Roy Oswald's at first. If you can struggle with the 2-1 lead, Chris Volstad is doing exactly that. All right, let's look at the webcam as we saw it late this afternoon, or there this evening.
And then what you'll see is cement trucks. If you tune in Friday, you'll literally see cement trucks doing things.
On site.
Cementing.
That's nice. Volstad at 2-0. And now it's 3-0. Tommy, what do you see in Volstad right now?
Just inconsistency with where his delivery, where he's releasing, because he's usually down, a little more consistent with strikes. Amazingly enough, he's only walked one, but hitting Oswald was not a good way to start this inning, and walking Bourne is not a good way to continue it.
He's going to get a visit, I suspect, from Mark Wiley here pretty quickly. As now you get Matsui, then come the big bats with Tejada and Lee. David, we are apologetic tonight that we've had an email crash, and so our email system has gone kaput. But Tommy, our last email session, we had some stadium questions, and Tommy was smart enough to write down many of those questions.
Wow.
So we got some questions after Matsui does what
he's trying to peek. I'm not showing you the questions.
I just want to make sure you tell me who they're from.
Well, we can just make
that
that. Phil from Pembroke Pines. Okay.
Question number one.
Number one, will there be Wi-Fi in the new ballpark?
That is a very, very pertinent question, because I was in a meeting pre-game discussing technology. We have a technology committee who's working on the ballpark, and that was one of the subjects. The only question we're asking ourselves is how much of it will be Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Will it be in the stands? Will it be in the concourses? It'll certainly be in the lounges, the premium lounges, but will it go all the way to the upper deck, parking lot, parking structures? Those are the types of decisions we're making.
Good.
And of course, we also had the conversation 2 hours ago, will Wi-Fi be the thing in 2012?
That's right.
There's the bunt. Volstad better hurry. And now everybody is safe. And this inning is spinning wildly out of control for Chris Volstad.
Very flustered out there. You could tell just by the way he went after that ball. We talked earlier about the type of defender he is. He generally does a good job with his defense, but he was all out of whack there. Wasn't sure what he was going to do with the ball, and ends up not even picking it up. And it's going to be a base hit for Matsui.
Well, this is real trouble, because you got some professional hitters, guys that make a living driving in runs, Tejada and Lee, with the bags juiced and nobody out.
and guys who don't strike out either. Here's another good one. We were thinking about this. This is actually our question. We thought about it this past weekend in Philadelphia because of the nice ceremony they had for the late Harry Callis. Will there be some area set aside for like a wall of fame for South Florida history, baseball, Marlins? Be something like that.
We're actually going to not just honor the history of the Marlins, even though it's 17 years. It's been a great history. I guess that's a foul ball, but we're also going to have something that talks about the Orange Bowl and the great things that have happened there. You heard Jeffrey Loria talk about it in his groundbreaking speech. It's very important to remember what site we're on and what went on there. So there'll be an opportunity, and we actually have the palm trees from the eastern view when you're looking from the Orange Bowl, and that'll be a part of the view as well, looking east. So it's a definite nod to the history of our franchise, baseball in Miami, which has a great history, and that site.
Here's the 0-2 to Tejada. And Volstad with a fastball hangs in there at 0-2.
How about will the new ballpark be used for any other events such as concerts?
It will be. We actually were just thinking about, we were looking on the field, it looks as though the right field, left field stands have been brought in for a football configuration. I didn't realize there had been a football game here. I don't think there has. But the fact is that we're going to have concerts. We're going to have all sorts of activities in lounge areas, and there's going to be that big plaza area on the west side of the building, which is going to be open 365 days a year.
And covered by the roof when the roof is off the stadium.
Exactly. And that's the interesting thing. So on non-game days when the grass is growing, because it will be natural grass, that plaza is a perfect area to go, have lunch, be at restaurants, just be in the park. You know, every great city has sort of a park area, fountain area, something where people can congregate. And that's our hope.
High chopper into left. That's a base hit. It'll score Oswalt. It'll score Bourne. And Tejada drives in 2. It's 3-2 Houston.
Well, you know what? You can say what you want about that base hit. It was just a chopper, a pretty good pitch. But the bottom line is that whole inning was set up with a hit batter, the pitcher, and then a walk, and then a bunt base hit that Chris Volstad couldn't handle. And Tejada, who swings at anything, comes through with a chopper that drives in 2.
And Volstad trying to compose himself here in the 5th with Carlos Lee up. He's 0 for 2. He goes after a pitch down low. So aside from like a Super Saturday concert, in the November, December, January months, you could have big name acts.
Well, you think about what happened at Fenway with Paul McCartney, I think was just there.
Yep.
And you talk about the Elton John, Billy Joel, who knows what it'll be in 2012. Of course, it would be my dream to have Bruce Springsteen open up the ballpark. I think he'll still be touring when he's 75, won't he?
Yeah,
I think so.
I think so.
He can still rock right now.
They said Billy Joel and Elton John at Citizens Bank Park.
And I'm sure it was,
they said it was
terrific.
Yeah,
sold
they said
out.
sellout.
Listen, it's a perfect venue. You have no worry about rain. I was thinking about Prince when he played here for the Super Bowl in that driving rainstorm. We just won't have those issues.
Carlos Lee drives that ball to deep left field and almost off the new ballpark sign out in left field. And that is going to chase home 2 more runs. A messy inning that is caromed out of control. And we told you, you had 2 professional hitters, guys that make a living at driving in runs, and that's exactly what Tejada and Lee have done.
And when you allow those guys in front of them to get on base, hitting batters and walking batters, then you just open the door for trouble. And El Caballo has done that his entire career. We talked about 6 years. He's averaged well over 100 RBIs and picks up 2 there. And the Astros just extend their lead, and the bullpen gets busy.
Still nobody out. Here's Blum. And he'll try to hook a ball to the right side and move Carlos Lee to third. You see Tim Wood up.
You know, on a little lighter side, this isn't exactly a great opportunity here with the Astros scoring 4. But we had some fun in Washington and also in Philadelphia. Has there been any thought of any kind of a race? Like you have the president's race, you have the sausage race, anything like that?
Well, we certainly talk about things like that because we'd like to have some signature things that we call Miami, that will be unique to Miami. But we're not ready to talk about that publicly just because no final decisions have been made. But we're just lucky. We work for someone everyone knows, Jeffrey Loria, who wants things that are original. He wants to be on the cutting edge. You can look at the ballpark that basically he designed along with Populous, the architect. It's it's modern, it's new. There's nothing like it in baseball.
Sure
It will be like a museum of baseball. So we're going to have some very cool in-game. We push the envelope in-game, so we're going to do something fun.
Drive to center, and it's not deep enough. Well, we'll see. Lee is tagging, and he's coming. Here's Ross's throw on the money. He's out.
That's a gift, Tommy.
Boy, that is to see the big guy trying to go to third, and it was a perfect throw. I mean, in some respects, not all that bad of a play on his part because you have to make a perfect throw. But Cody Ross came up and made a beautiful one-hop throw. Look at that. And chugging along, I guess we could say chugging along is El Caballo. And there he goes.
Tommy,
you know what?
to me,
Second out, he's trying to get there with less than 2 outs.
To me, you've got a pitcher on the ropes. It's just me. There's two sides to every baseball story.
Yeah.
Pitcher on the ropes. All of a sudden, you get a double play. No one on. You come out of here 5-2. You have a ball game as opposed to continuing the inning.
Absolutely. I understand that part, and I understand why he was trying to get there.
Me too.
Hunter Pence.
That's why baseball's the greatest game ever.
Yeah. No umbrellas needed. New ballpark. People have asked about that.
Now the broom issue we've resolved, right?
Yes.
Fans can bring brooms in?
As long as there's no Mary Poppins thing on top of the broom. Is that a mixed metaphor? Does Mary Poppins have an umbrella?
So no Dick Van Dyke?
Right.
No. There's a ground ball in the right field. David, there's your point.
There you go.
On El Caballo. Pence singles to right. And so Pudge comes up. He is 1 for 2 against Volstad. Chris's pitch count is ballooned up to 75. So you're not auditioning racing stone crabs or
no
things like that yet.
We've gotten some crazy letters and emails, as you could imagine, but no one auditioning to be a racing stone crab.
How has the hiring gone in terms of local workforce for the construction?
It's been tremendous. The bid packages that have been awarded have been local. The people working on the project are local. The construction workers are all local. It's been great, and now you're going to start seeing as the building goes vertical. Right now, you have to be involved in the technical side to appreciate the progress that's made every day. But as soon as the building concrete starts and it starts going vertical, everyone will be able to see what goes on every day. There'll be more and more people on site, and it's just going to be a fantastic thing to be a part of.
Pence can run, and there he goes. He's in there.
There's 2 ways to solve a running game, and Chris Volstad hasn't been able to shut it down. And one way is to keep runners off the bases, and the other way is to find a delivery that'll keep runners from getting such big jumps, because the Astros are running wild.
It looked like Pudge offered at the pitch. Baker actually asked for an appeal, but Jim Joyce said no swing. So the count's 1-0.
Have you had a chance to talk to Pudge?
I've been in meetings, but I'm going to get to him tomorrow or Thursday and give him a nice hug, hello, see how he's been. Obviously, such an important part of our franchise history. We're forever linked by that 03 team, of course, so it's always good to see him, and I know he likes coming home. I bet he's sleeping in his own bed while he's here. And a 4-game trip, no less, so he had a lot of nights at home.
Here's the 1-1. And it's 1-2. First things to go vertical will be the pillars for the roof.
Columns.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just want to teach everyone who's listening.
How many columns per side?
12 columns total. So I'm going to go 6 and 6. And if it turns out to be 8 and 4, we're going to have a change order and a lot of problems because the roof will end up being slightly slanted.
Like Milwaukee, it'll roll around. All in the dirt.
I hope not.
No. Yeah, well, Milwaukee's roof leaks, so
they still have an umbrella policy in Milwaukee. That's when you need an umbrella policy in an indoor ballpark. That's not great. But they're getting it fixed. It was an issue, and it's Milwaukee. Obviously, as you know, is a gorgeous ballpark.
Yeah, it is.
But it's hard. When you have a roof, you want to make sure that people don't get wet.
Well, easy to get an umbrella policy in Milwaukee, the home of Northwestern Mutual.
That's true. That's very good, Tommy.
And of
Must
course,
be watching the commercials.
and you're a Badger, right?
I am. Proud to be.
So you probably made a few weekend college trips to Milwaukee. Although Madison's a pretty hopping place on the weekends.
I was
anyway.
going to say I made weekday trips to Milwaukee. Never leave Madison on weekends. Rule number 2.
That one fouled back to the screen.
How have you liked the way the team's been playing since the acquisition of Nick Johnson?
It reminds me a lot, I hate to say it, knock on wood, about 3, when Pierre and Castillo got on almost every time. One of the two gets on every time through the order. You know, it seems like one of Chris or Nick are on base every single time through the order, and that gives Hanley and Jorge a chance to do what they do best. We're scoring runs. We're generally getting well-pitched games. The bullpen, knock on wood, is performing. And, you know, it's 50 games to go, and it's a sprint to the finish. All you can ask for our fans when you start a season is to have a chance and a hope. And at this time of year, not every team does. And we do.
Yeah, we've been talking about that to be able to broadcast, for fans to be able to watch meaningful games at this time of the year.
It's all you can ask for. There's some teams who are playing no meaningful games, and believe me, there's 50 games. If they don't matter, it can be a long, long stretch. You'd have to have email Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays.
This was a long, long at bat. Pudge drills it to center. Cody up with it. Pence around third. Pudge is going to take second. And it's now 6-2.
Well, that's probably going to be all. I know Freddie was trying to get Chris Volstad through this inning. He's up second when the Marlins bat in the bottom half. But there comes a time where you got to make a decision, even though Chris has pitched Erstad pretty well. And Erstad's left-handed hitter. He could walk him and have him pitch to Oswalt. But remember, it was Oswalt who started all this, being hit by a pitch. Great at bat by Pudge. Finally sends it back up the middle. No play for Cody because Pence runs really well. So here's the situation that Freddie's going to give Chris one more shot to get through this inning, to intentionally walk Erstad and then go after Oswalt.
And that's so he doesn't have to hit Wood second.
And use 2 pitchers.
Right.
With the pitcher coming up next, I think that makes the decision a little easier. If the pitcher's not up next, I think you see the pitching change right now.
Absolutely.
Anything since the start of construction change about the design of the stadium? Or is everything as planned and no bumps in the road?
So far as planned. I'm not going to say no bumps. There's always bumps. And look at that. We were wrong.
So he's going to bring Wood in to pitch to Oswalt. And Volstad is done.
Well, again, let's talk about this about the fans and their reaction when we get back, because remember, Vandenberg only went 5 innings last night.
Right. All right. So we'll step aside. Here comes Tim Wood. Volstad exits. Here's our Marooney. Call to the bullpen.
When you need a car.
this season more times than a bankrupt auto company. They are going to be an integral part of September baseball in the National League. Hal Bodley of MLB.com, a esteemed baseball writer, longtime USA Today columnist,
longtime in Philadelphia as a beat writer, the Phillies. Known Hal Bodley for a long time.
So here's Tim Wood. And it's Wood who faces Oswalt. And Oswalt trying to check his swing. So Tommy, rather than have Volstad hang in there and try to get Oswalt out again.
Yeah, here's the unfortunate thing. Fans react. They obviously wanted Freddie to get Chris out of there earlier, but remember, Rick Vandenberg only pitched 5 innings last night. Freddie had to use that bullpen. Thankfully for him, he got 2 innings out of Donnelly last night, who's not available tonight. So now with Wood coming in here, he may let him hit and get another inning out of him, but if not, he's going to have to dip into that bullpen again.
Wood ends the inning and strikes out Oswalt. Big inning for Houston. They're up 6-2. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world, delivers. A 5th inning that spun out of control on Chris Volstad, and it's Roy Oswalt who is left standing with a 6-2 lead. Jeremy Hermida with Tim Wood on deck, and Oswalt, who's had his own control issues, misses outside. David Sampson, Marlins president, still with us for the bottom of the 5th. And a strike. It's 1-1. Color of seats. We had many questions about the color of the seats in the new ballpark.
They're going to be a dark blue. Again, a gray color, sort of reflecting the ocean and the water and that which is Miami. It's going to be beautiful. In the newest renderings on Marlins.com, you can see those blue seats in the videos that you're showing as well. You can see them. It's a pretty good color. It's a great color.
Video board, that was another question we had. What size will the scoreboard be? Will it be similar to the one here at Landshark Stadium?
I do not think it will be the size of the one at Landshark, but you have to remember that we're dealing with a building that is much smaller.
Right, so it doesn't have to
be. It doesn't have to be. Like the west scoreboard or the east scoreboard here in our ballpark, it would look a little strange.
Blum throws out Hermida.
But it's going to be high def. I mean, that technology is literally changing by the minute. So everyone who says they've got the greatest, the best, the newest, we're not going to look at acquiring the video board until close to installation time.
Will Rich and I be allowed to have a remote for the video board?
What we're actually doing for the home broadcast, you're going to be slightly lower than in Washington, D.C.
Yes, thank you.
But you're going to be a little bit off-center, and you're going to have a special TV where you can control the whole game. It's going to be like puppeteering players. So, frankly, you won't be able to second-guess anyone because they'll all be your decisions.
Okay. Then they'll be running us out of town.
Careful what you wish for.
It's 1-1.
Well, we were asking because in Philly and Houston, the broadcasters throw little bags of peanuts, kind of interact with the fan. We'll be close enough to do that or not?
Tim Wood rolls into first. Simple questions.
I guess I would tell you that my lawyer would say that you shouldn't be throwing things at anyone who's not looking, because we have about 4 lawsuits currently pending right now. There you can see the plaza we were talking about, which will be a lot greener. That's a great visual video, but obviously it does not reflect how colorful the building will be. Ooh, there's some color.
There we go.
The reflection of downtown.
You ask for color.
And you shall receive. That's the wall that will open in left field, and there you see the blue seats. Who emailed that? Was that Rich from Palm Beach who emailed what color are the seats?
No. No, that was one of the questions we had last week. Well.
And see the video board?
Yep.
Just like that. I actually wanted it to show you guys in the booth, but waving. But they actually wanted to have players playing.
Somebody quickly nixed that idea.
So the video board is in right center, and it's center.
There's a secondary board also in left for the people who are sitting, because right now in right field you've got the board above third baseline, but in the new ballpark you'll have it in left field, and the main board will be in right center.
And in straightaway center will be that water area that's still under design?
That has not been disclosed yet. It's going to be pretty cool though, but it's a feature that again Jeffrey's working on, and he'll unveil it in his time frame when it's right to unveil, but you can bet if he's in charge it's going to be something quite cool.
No apples popping up, I'm sure?
No. See, we're not in New York. We're in Miami. I don't know that I like things popping.
No, I'm with you on that. Oswald's 1-2 on Chris Coghlan. 6-2, Houston on top. Coghlan hooks a ground ball. Darren Erstad steps on the bag. David, thanks for the visit.
Thank you, guys.
And we'll check in with you another couple weeks. Good luck with all the construction.
Thank you. There'll be a lot to talk about. I appreciate your time.
All right, thanks,
all your
David.
support.
We'll be watching the webcam. And it's Houston who's on top 6-2 in this ball game as we arrive in the 6th inning.
Yeah, Rich, this game took an ugly turn in the top of the 5th inning with the Astros scoring 5 times to take the lead. There's still time left. And the Marlins offensively have shown that they can do some damage. But now they need to get some innings, and that's why Freddie had to leave Tim Wood in there. They need some innings from the right-hander to help out that bullpen. And that's what happens when starters just can't go deep into games.
Michael Bourn bunts, and he's got himself a base hit. And not a good way to start for Tim Wood. Bourn is on base, and Wood's move to first and his delivery to the plate will be tested here.
His 12th bunt hit on the season. Bourn is certainly adept at that and adept at stealing bases.
He's really blossoming. His on-base percentage, as we talked about, is up. He's now stolen 41 bases.
Well, he certainly, obviously, getting home to Houston, where he was born and grew up, but he wasn't going to get the chance to play center field every day in Philadelphia.
Yeah, he was blocked first by Aaron Rowan, now by Shane Victorino.
So he's getting that opportunity now.
He's running. Baker's throw, not in time, and Hanley brought into the runner, made a nice try, but again, Baker had little chance with a great jump from Michael Bourn.
Second stolen base tonight, 42 on the year. Fastball throws sails a little bit, and Bourn sails under Hanley Ramirez. That's a career high for Michael Bourn, who will just continue to add on to that all year.
Or all night at this rate. Cantu and Hanley both get to the tarp.
Pretty soon it starts to be a concern. Now the Marlins were able to hold the Phillies in check, and they have a lot of base stealers. A lot of times the score of the game dictates that. But it's a concern that Freddie certainly has with his pitching staff not being able to hold runners very well.
And it's not like it's something that is ignored by Mark Wiley or the Marlins. It's something that they preach and work on, but it's up to the individual pitcher to go out and execute that and make the adjustment.
By the way, seeing Michael Bourn when he dropped down that bunt base hit, the thing that popped into my mind is that is something Emilio Bonifacio should work on every day, and certainly in the off season.
Two and two. Matsui is more Bonifacio-like than Bourn. Matsui's on base percentage .299 when play open tonight. He hooks a ground ball. It's going to move the runner up. Wood is over to cover, and Johnson gets it. And we check in with Frank Ford. Frank, what's up?
Thanks very much, Rich. We are with Karen Mitchell from KMPG, a national accounting firm which sponsors the RBI program, Reviving Baseball in the Inner Cities. Karen, you've had the World Series, and now the softball version is just starting. Tell me about your company's involvement in the RBI program.
Well, KPMG is really proud to be part of the RBI program along with Major League Baseball. It really fits with our core values as far as being a volunteer. And we're volunteering at the games at the World Series this week and last week, scorekeeping and making it a positive experience for the boys and girls, as well as we're tutoring and mentoring the students as well. So we're promoting education as well as having fun.
So this is a company-wide initiative, even beyond the sponsorship part of it.
Oh yes, it's our national initiative, and there's 30 offices throughout the nation this year that participated in the regional games. And we're just fortunate down here to be partners with the Florida Marlins, and fortunate to have the World Series down here because it's such a phenomenal experience.
As Miguel Tejada delivers a sacrifice fly to add on to the Houston Astros lead. So the other part of it is a partnership with the Marlins. The Marlins team made it to the RBI World Series. They wound up not winning, but it was quite an accomplishment to win the regional.
It was, and also two of the Marlins teammates were recipients of scholarships this year. So there were 12 National Scholarships Award, of which 2 are local here from the Florida Marlins RBI team. So congratulations, and it was just a phenomenal experience.
All right, Karen, thanks for being with us, and congratulations to KMPG for their involvement in RBI.
Thank you so much.
All right, Rich, back up to you.
That's a great program. I know that the Marlins are very proud of their involvement in that program. It's been successful in places like Los Angeles and Atlanta. And one of the programs that Major League Baseball does a very nice job with. 1-1 coming, it's fouled at the plate.
Well, a little ABC baseball for the Astros with that bunt base hit, a stolen base. Matsui moved Bourne over to third, and Tejada delivered with a sacrifice fly. Tejada has 3 RBIs in this game.
Carlos Lee has 2. He now has 70 on the season. And Wood punches out Carlos Lee. But the Astros add on with a run here in the 6th. Marlins down tonight, 7-2.
Balls and no strikes to Baker, and a ground ball to third. He has got it, Art Howe. He got it. All right. No hitter number 5.
A long line of great pitchers in Houston history, and Roy Oswalt is the latest model. These are his numbers, and he certainly didn't look like a guy that would be up by 5 runs come the 6th inning. In the 1st and 2nd inning, and even into the 3rd, Oswalt didn't have his best stuff. He wasn't sharp. He wasn't dominating. He wasn't his old Roy Oswalt self.
I think we're seeing a little difference in a veteran and a young pitcher. And certainly Chris Volstad at just 22 is a young pitcher. And Oswalt's 31. Oswalt, have you noticed the difference once he got the lead? He's been a better pitcher. And that might have something to do with he's loosened up a little bit. But most veterans know what to do with a lead, and most veteran hitters know how to hit a ball just like that too.
Nick Johnson inside outs it.
And it's been frustrating the last couple of starts for Chris Volstad, not getting through 5 innings and having leads in each of the last 2 games. Nicely done by Nick Johnson.
Here's Hanley. He struck out in the 1st and had the 2-run double in the 3rd. That put the Marlins on top. But the Astros erased that lead with 5 runs in the 5th. Hanley now hitting at 349, tops in the National League. Pablo Sandoval was in hot pursuit of Hanley last night, and tonight he starts play at 331. The Giants and the Dodgers, one of the great rivalries in baseball, tonight in San Francisco. The Mets are in Arizona.
Dodgers took care of the Giants last night, 4-2. Big hit by Matt Kemp and 3 RBIs.
Padres and Brewers are tied 2-2 in the 3rd. Cubs 2-0 over the Phillies. Well, there's some good news. That's in the 4th. I guess it's good news. It's hard to know. You got the Cubs and the Marlins both 3 back in the wild card, but the Fish 3.5 behind the Phillies. Hanley to right, hits a long run, and he's not going to get there. It rolls behind him, and it's a base hit.
Well, it wasn't pretty, but sometimes hits like that get big innings started. So with Nick Johnson's hit, Hanley dumps one, little slicing pop fly away from Hunter Pence, and gets his 2nd hit of the game. And all of a sudden, 2 men on and nobody out.
Cantu is 0 for 2.
I think it's the type of ball, if nobody was on base, Hanley could have had 2.
Yes.
But with Nick Johnson, he had to wait and make sure that ball dropped, and he could just get the 2nd.
Marlins could use some of that. Oh, 0-1. That's the closer of the Astros.
Yeah, I like to use the trash can as a footstool. Jose Valverde.
He's a big guy.
He is.
I didn't know that the trash can came in with the recline position attachment.
Yeah, you can sit on the high stool back there, and then you have to extend the legs on the trash can. That's innovative.
We've wondered that. Yes, we thought you were. That's why a lot of times we see him in the stands and no one is sitting directly next to him.
He's not moving around as much as the fanatic.
Cantu rolls one up the middle. Tejada throws the first and not in time, and everybody is safe. I think Tejada was banking on a little flip to Matsui, but then he bobbled, and then he was in trouble.
Yeah, it's going to be a base hit. Just by putting the ball in play. Right there, he's thinking about transferring it to his hand and flipping it to second. That didn't work because there was a bobble involved. Here's the bobble right there. Now he can't go to second. He looks at first, and by that time, it's too late. And Jorge Cantu has himself an infield base hit, and the Marlins have the bases loaded.
Houston's bullpen is starting to stir. No more reclining. Baker, then Ugly.
A couple of guys who've been swinging again. Hot bat, too. John Baker and Dan Ugla.
Baker lined out in the second, struck out in the fourth. Jeff Fulcino, Tim Burdak. Marlins did some damage against the Astros pen last night. Well, Bake had the fastball he was sitting on. Last 10 games, we told you that both Baker and Paulino have had great second halves. That's in. 2-1. It opened with a single by Johnson. Hanley dumped a pop-up into shallow right for a hit, and then Cantu's roller up the middle.
Yeah, the hardest of the base hits. Nick Johnson's shot between third and short.
Well, that got Valverde up. Two and two, nobody out. On a night where the Marlins had a 2-1 lead, and Chris Bolstad simply didn't have it. Astros chased him with 5 in the fifth. Baker rips it into right field. That's a base hit. Late start by Hanley. 1 run will cross. And Johnson scores. Hanley had to hold because it was a line drive, and you obviously don't want to get doubled off at second, trailing by this much. But once it got through, everybody moved up 90 apiece.
Yeah, this ball was rocketed into right field. A good solid swing. John Baker got that fastball, but you're right, just a pause by Hanley. Make sure you don't want to get doubled up, as you said, at this point in time. Good swing, couple of hot hitters, another one coming up in Dan Ugla.
It's a 4-run game. Ugla is the tying run at the plate in the 6th. Ugla came into this night having really struggled against Oswald. 0 for 13 in his career.
Boy, and here comes Cecil Cooper with his bullpen ready. It looks like the Astros manager is going to make a change. He has seen the way Dan Ugla swung the bat against his tough righty.
Ugla 2 for 2.
Wants to know how that back feels. He's going to keep him in. Just wanted to see how he felt. And that might be good, especially the way Ugla has swung the bat against Oswald. Dan Ugla, talk about getting on a nice little roll. His last 22 at-bats, 10 base hits. So a .455 average.
Oswalt and Ugla. Fastball ripped. Foul.
Need I mention, Dan Ugla represents the tying run. He might not see another fastball, though.
Look it over, Dan.
Oswald's shaking his head. He's not been the happiest of campers out there with Adrian Johnson. 1-1. That's down. It's 2-1.
Yeah, Oswald, 2 sliders. One maybe a little up, one maybe a little down. And he hasn't gotten the calls. He's been close to the plate. That one down, but both were very close, and sometimes either one of them or both of them were called strikes.
Does he triple up on the slider?
I don't know if he wants to come with another fastball.
The way Ugla turned on it.
Another slider.
And he caught the corner this time.
Well, he's thrown 3 in a row, and they've all been good ones that just missed, and that one just caught the outside corner. Not a good pitch to hit.
Boy, what a great pitch. Let's see what he comes with now, 2-2.
Well, he came with a fastball, but he missed outside. I think he'll go back to the slider.
Cody Ross on deck. Oswald ready. 3-2 Douglas. Outside, he draws a walk. And the Marlins are another run closer. That is an outstanding at-bat for Dan Ugla. I know he's got 2 hits tonight, Tommy, but maybe that at-bat illustrates best how Ugla is going right now.
And he did go with another slider, and he's going to be out of the game now as Cecil Cooper makes the move. He just didn't want to come back with that fastball again.
So Oswald looks up at the scoreboard. The lead is 3. Nobody out in the 6th. Here's Arborudi, called to the bullpen.
When you need a car, truck.
The 6th, there's nobody out, and the bases are loaded. Our Toyota Trend. The Marlins have 9 hits in this game. If they could get another, they would break a team record, and it would stretch the streak to 8 games. It's Cody Ross who's at the plate, and Jeff Fulcino, a former Marlin. Misses outside with a breaking ball.
Yeah, he has kind of a slurvy slider type breaking ball. Good fastball. He can get it up there mid-90s.
University of Connecticut. The Marlins drafted him back in the 8th round in 2001. 1-0. A slider, and Cody popped it up. Infield fly. That's a huge out.
Yeah, that is. And not a good swing from Cody Ross. Ahead in the count, 1-0. Got fooled on the slider. He's way out in front. And you can see the disgust on his face. So it makes this at bat huge with one down.
Pitcher spot due up next. Hermida climbs in. And Fulcino steps off.
The Marlins need to get more with this situation. If they don't, it's one of those little psychological edges that will go to Houston.
Hermida takes outside, but it's 1-0. Ross Glode on deck. Fulcino with a 1-0 coming. That's outside, and it's 2-0. Cantu, Baker, both with base hits. Ugly drew a bases loaded walk. But then Ross popped up the 1-0 pitch.
He's afraid of you.
Hermida should get something pretty good to hit here. And 2-0 with the bags loaded.
Right now you have to sit on a fastball middle of the plate. And a lot of times he gets that pitch in a situation, and instead of thinking on base and draw a walk, pull the trigger and drive in a run. That was a good pitch to hit.
2-1. He got a changeup.
Now he doesn't get a fastball because it wasn't a fastball count. When you got that fastball count with bases loaded and 1 out, come out of your shoes.
2-2 now. Fastball, line foul, 96 miles an hour, so Fulcino can rush it up there. Got to the big leagues with the Fish for 1 game in 2006. Kansas City signed him as a free agent early last year, and he was there for 12 games. Houston acquired him off of waivers at the end of last season. Two and two to Hermida. That's out. Counts full, 3-2. Let's see how comfortable Fulcino is. Does Hermida get that 2-0 fastball, or does he get the 2-1 changeup?
We'll find out. He has a good fastball.
Three-two coming. Down low, he walked him. And so Hermida drives home another run.
He got the fastball, but sometimes in a fastball count, a pitcher will try to overthrow it just a little too much. He did, and he missed his target. Hermida gets the RBI.
Dewey Robinson out to the mound. Trying not to look so surprised at the lack of control by his staff. A bases loaded walk to Hermida. The bases loaded walk to Ugla. And now a very important pinch hitting appearance by Ross Glode.
Freddie gets the percentages because with the lefty warming up, they elect to keep Fulcino in there. So Ross Glode gets the hit against the right hand.
Glode takes a strike. Ross Glode at 271.
As consistent as your inconsistency.
Of course, Glode had the big walk-off in this ballpark on the last homestand against Atlanta.
And again, a huge opportunity. He's in the hole, though, makes it tough with one down to try to put a ball in play, get at least one more of those runs in.
0-2.
His changeup is a splitter-like changeup. It was hard to tell if that was the split or a slider that just got away from it.
Baker. Ugla. Hermida. Two and two. He might be working himself back into getting a fastball.
That'd be nice for Ross Glode.
There's the fastball. He fouled it back. It's 2-2. Well, Burdack has been up now. He got up when Fulcino got up, so.
Oh, he's ready.
Yeah.
There's no question about that. And another lefty on deck, and Chris Coghlan.
And another lefty after that, and Nick Johnson. Breaking ball, ground ball. Tejada has it towards the third. Out there, run scores. It's a one-run game.
Now, it is such a great example of putting the ball in play when you eliminate a strikeout. It's a great at-bat by Ross Glode, a terrific play by Miguel Tejada at short. He's playing for double play, so he's cheated over. He has to go a long way. His only play is to third, and it has to be a force out, which it was, and he was able to get the throw there in time. A heads-up play on Tejada and Blum's part. Very close. You see if Blum caught the bag, and he was there. But a run came in to score.
And now Coghlan gets to face a right-hander. You wonder, since Burdack is up and loose, why he's up and loose. Because Glode came up, and now Coghlan comes up. And Fulcino misses outside. It's 1-0. If ever there was a string in the Marlins lineup to use the lefty, it was here with Glode and with Coghlan. So Johnson hits the lefties.
Astros fans have had a lot of opportunities to second-guess Cecil Cooper.
Coghlan swings and misses. But of course, Cooper is playing with a thin bullpen as well. He had to go down there early last night. Coghlan, 2 hits tonight. You saw the hit streak is up to 10.
Yeah, last night Brian Moeller just 5 innings for the Astros. Chris Sampson gave him a couple, and then Alberto Arias.
Hermida. Glode.
Get over, Trent.
Marlins have brought themselves within a run. 4 singles and 2 walks. And Coughlin runs the count to 2-2. Outside corner, inning ends. Coughlin's not happy. He and Adrian Johnson discuss it. But the Marlins climb back into this ball game. They're within a run. 7-6. The bottom of the 6th inning. Fish Friday on the 14th. Marlins and Rockies 7-10. CBS 4 for 54 pack is available. Play Billy Bingo, presented by Sharp Business Systems. It's your chance to win authentic baseball autographed by Ricky Nolasco. 1-877-MARLINS or visit marlins.com. Marlins go to their bullpen, and now incumbent on the pen to keep it a 1-run game. Kiko Calero.
Well, the last time we saw Kiko, he was coming out of a game because of some soreness in his right knee. Everything's fine. He just had some soreness there, and he's been off a couple of days and ready to go back to work.
Chris Volstad 4 2/3 innings, 8 hits, 6 runs. Tim Wood goes an inning and a third. He gives up a run. And here's Blum. Calero a strike. It's Blum, Pence, and Ivan Rodriguez. Blum's not real happy now, and it's 0-2.
No, he's hit a couple of deep fly ball outs too. He's having a frustrated night anyway.
And Adrian Johnson right now having a dialogue with the Houston dugout.
It's not been a good week for umpires.
No. Struck him out, and Blum drops the bat.
That long. Yeah, you can't argue that long. And he probably isn't thrown because Adrian Johnson may know he missed it. Looked like it came around the plate. Blum had a pretty good argument. Cooper came out just to try to get peace and keep his player in the game. Got to restore order and keep Blum in the game.
The dialogue that has started during the Blum at bat, you know, is going to continue from the Houston dugout with Adrian Johnson. Here's Pence. There's the tapper. Cantu cuts it off and throws him out. We should watch Blum when he goes out and see if he pulls a Victorino.
Yeah, because he's a lot closer.
Yeah.
This is an important inning, because if Kiko Calero can have a quick inning, and he's already gotten 2 quick outs, it gets the Marlins back on the offense in a hurry.
Such an important part of the Marlins bullpen in the first half was Calero. He's a great example, Tommy, of what you talk about, in that you can't just use relievers every night. And that's one of the curses of being a middle reliever and a good one, which Calero is.
It's tempting for a manager.
Yes. But with the health issues that he's had, both in the past and this year, Freddie has to be really careful, very judicious with how he uses him.
Yeah, I think he's going to be monitored a lot closer the second half here.
Slider, 2-1. That was a slider, and it looked like Pudge was sitting on a slider, and Kiko's slider is so good he missed it.
That's because if you sit on Kiko's slider, you're not sure which one you're going to get.
That's true. Three and one.
It looks like Blum's calmed down a little bit.
Well, he's a veteran. He knows it's important to stay in the ballgame.
Yes.
I think he's fortunate that he still is in the ballgame. Fastball, ground ball. Johnson dives on his knees. Flip. Got him. Nice play by Johnson. 9 pitches by Calero. And here come the Marlins in need of a run in the 7th. Tobacco-free. Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com for more information. By the new 2010 Mercedes-Benz E-Class. Come into your authorized dealer right now for the driving experience of a lifetime.
And Rich, we want to take a look at tonight's Mercedes-Benz E-Class assist of the game. And it was your involvement with the Florida Marlins Community Foundation, thanks in part to the auction, and Nancy Olson, you were part of that, and the check being presented.
Yeah, it's Dr. Gorensik right next to Nancy Olson. She runs the Pediatric HIV Foundation over at Holy Cross Hospital.
So nice assist.
Yeah, nicely done. And a nice contribution, $5,000 contributed by the Marlins Community Foundation. Here's Nick Johnson. And Nick takes a fastball for a strike. Still in there is Jeff Fulcino. Well, maybe that's one of the reasons why Cecil Cooper stuck with Fulcino, because he wants to get multiple innings out of him.
Trying to get a couple. As Freddie got 2 innings out of Brendan Donnelly last night.
Good changeup.
Yeah, that change has some good split-like action to it.
Astros had 5 runs in the 5th, 4 runs in the 6th for the Marlins. Johnson's had another productive night. He's walked, he's singled, he has scored twice.
So let's see, 12 walks now in his 10 games as a Marlin. 10 base hits.
Look at that, leading off an inning. Two and two.
Well, by getting on base a couple of times, he scored 2 runs tonight. Nick has.
All's quiet in the Astros pen now. That's out. You know that Jeff Blum at third base is going, wait a minute here.
Oh, he is. You know he is. He had his hat off. He was scratching his head.
Yeah, he knows. Johnson drives it to right center field. Bourne goes back. That ball's deep. That ball's off the wall and over the wall. And Johnson has himself a double.
What a master at working a pitcher. And it's been fun to see firsthand. He got the 3-2 fastball, and he sent it a long way. Bourne was playing. He doesn't play real deep. He likes to play shallow. Gets over his head, hits off that warning track, and then bounces out for a 2-base hit.
We check in with Frank Ford. Frank?
Another good at bat by Nick Johnson, guys. A 3-2 count, then got a pitch he could hit. We talked a lot about his approach at the plate and how patient he is, and I asked him today, were you always that patient? He said, yeah, even as a kid. He said, in fact, people tried to change me. They told me, swing more, swing more. But he said, I was patient almost to a fault. Stanley swings and misses for strike 1. He said one time in a high school game, he had a ton of scouts there to watch him. He told me I had 4 at-bats and I didn't even swing at any pitches. He said I had to go hit in the cage for the scouts afterwards so they could look at my swings. Richard Tommy?
How patient was his uncle, Larry Boa?
Not bad, but again, it was an era where on-base percentage you didn't think about a lot. Larry Boa, switch hitter. Kind of like a Luis Castillo type. Had a little power from the right side, would hit an occasional home run, and just pecked away from the left side. But not as patient with umpires.
Both as a player and a manager. One and two.
I asked Nick if he talks to Larry, his uncle, often. He said usually about once a week or even more. He said I haven't talked to him about 2 weeks though. I guess since getting organized as a Marlin. But he said yeah, he usually touches base with him once a week.
They did talk before the trading deadline a lot. Larry would call and say, I think you're going here. I think you're going there. One, two. Oh, Hanley got a fastball right down the middle. And a big strikeout for Fulcino.
Yeah, again, because as well as Hanley's been with runners in scoring position, just to not make contact keeps Nick Johnson at second base.
Next edition of Inside the Marlins, an in-depth look at the baseball career of Jack McKeon, from his playing days in the minors through his years of managing and, of course, the World Series year with the Marlins. Inside the Marlins, Jack McKeon, Sunday at 4 on Fox Sports Florida. Cantu now.
And by the way, because I guarantee somebody's out there saying, why wasn't Hanley bunting him over? For crying out loud, he leads the league in hitting with runners in scoring position. That's why. He just had a bad at bat. Actually, a bad last pitch.
Cantu trying to pick him up. One ball, one strike.
I think that email was from John in Parkway.
That's low. 2-1.
Tell you, a guy who swung to Pat last night. How about Troy Tulowitzki? We'll see him this weekend for the Rockies. 5 for 5, hit for the cycle, and had 7 RBIs against the Cubs.
Ball in the dirt. Is it just me, or does it seem like everybody is more selective now that Nick Johnson has shown up?
It's not just you. I think it's a carryover effect, and there's no question. We know John Baker has been. Coghlan is.
But it seems like even guys like Ugla now, Cantu, others have grown a little more selective.
See if Jorge gets the 3-1 fastball.
In. Oh, didn't. And he walks. Last 10 days in the National League. No surprise that the Nationals are on that list. Or the Marlins, for that matter.
Well, the Braves are taking care of the Nationals tonight. Tommy Hanson, their young right-hander. Atlanta with a 7-1 lead in the 7th inning.
Here is Bate.
The Tigers are in Boston. They've had a brawl. Now they have rain at Fenway. The Red Sox have a 6-3 lead.
Dewey Robinson is out.
Mike Lowell, 2 home runs tonight for the Boston Red Sox.
Blue Jays are leading the Yankees, too, by a score of 4-3 in the 8th. CBS 4 for $50 4-pack will get you going on a Friday night. This Friday night against the Rockies. 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, 4 sodas, 2 Marlin game programs start at just $54. Visit the Stadium box office, the Marlins in Miami store, or marlins.com.
The pitch that the Marlins have been pretty patient on has been that splitter, that changeup. Trying to get themselves into fastball counts.
Baker drives that ball to left center field. That's going to get in the gap. That's going to go to the wall. Here comes Johnson. He will score. Here comes Cantu. They will send him. He will score. The Marlins lead it. Baker drives home 2. Here come the Fish.
Like I said, you get yourself in a 1-0 count, you have a chance to get that fastball from Fulcino. He has struggled throwing the split. Guess what? 1-0 pitch. Here comes a fastball. And there's a nice swing by John Baker, slicing away from Bourne, driving in 2, and the Marlins have taken the lead.
Remember the at-bat that Baker had in the 6th inning? Remember the fastball that he got that he tried to yank out of the park? I believe it was a 2-0 pitch. And you could almost see Baker talking to himself saying, you know what, that's not me.
I'm better when I go the other way.
Yes.
Just put the wood on it. You don't need any arrows.
Now Ugla, who is 2 for 2 and has a bases loaded walk. One and 0. What a comeback for the Fish tonight.
Got him shook, Dad.
They're enjoying that swing back in the East Bay.
Yes, they are. Burdak is back up for the 2nd time.
He's thrown 100 pitches down there.
Well,
but again, as you pointed out, we have a better idea of Freddie's bullpen because we're able to talk to Freddie. He'll give us an idea. And Cecil Cooper, I'm sure, has some guys he wants to stay away from. Jose Cruz just
has a headache,
scratching his head.
Check swing. Did not go. All right, Tommy, it's 3-0. We've seen Fulcino struggle with the split.
I turn him loose.
That's where I was headed.
Yeah, I turn him loose. If he gets a good fastball, have a good swing.
And Ugla's a guy that is a good hitter in this situation. He doesn't get cheated. If he's going to rip at it, it's going to be a rip.
He got the fastball, but it was right away. Not a good pitch to hit. So he was patient enough to take it because he approached it as if he did have the green light.
Yeah, you can see him lock and load.
Yeah. Lock and load and tap. He gets that little tap with the front foot.
So if he got it 3-0, let's see what he gets 3-1. Cody's on deck. Fastball hits sharply up the middle. Tejada in time. Well, Ugla hit it on the nose. And now Ross, who certainly would like to atone for the pop-up back in the 6th inning.
Yeah, with bases loaded. Remember, he got that slider, and it was against Fulcino. He was the first batter that Fulcino faced.
That was a 1-0 count, and you're there with the bags loaded, thinking fastball, and it was slider, and it was almost like he couldn't stop himself from swinging.
Got the fastball that time, but it was up.
Meyer is up. Phillies and Cubs are tied 2-2 in the 7th. Here, the Astros had a big lead. The Marlins have erased it. One and one.
Dave Fulcino's thrown a lot of pitches, 44 pitches since he came into the game in the 6th inning.
Mark Reynolds has been hot. So has Cody. 1-2. Four runs in the 6th, 2 runs here in the 7th.
They have to just love the way the Marlins just keep fighting back. Got down, didn't let it bother him.
Chopper to third and foul. So entering the night, the Marlins 3.5 back in the East. Jose Cruz still. He doesn't look like he feels good. I mean, he's been rubbing his head with a baseball.
What a great guy.
Yeah.
Jose Cheo Cruz.
What a great player. Ross up the middle. Tejada in time, but the Marlins take the lead. Nick Johnson got it started. John Baker cleans him up. And just like that, the Fish have the lead. Sampson last night. That's the guy that the Marlins knocked around. And the Fish get to the Astros bullpen again tonight. Just as you can stay in the game with Just for Men hair color.
And now, Rich, it's time for the Marlins bullpen. We've seen Tim Wood, Kiko Calero, Dan Meyer. Now we'll work to John Baker. And what a big hit Bake just got, driving that ball into left center to put the Marlins ahead. And there are the numbers on Dan Meyer in his 53 games. He got a well-deserved night off. Did not pitch last night, so he's ready to go.
Erstad, pitcher spot, Bourne. Erstad has walked twice. Meyer proves a strike. Boy, this ball game seemingly in the Astros' hands. The Marlins up a run now. Not only in the Astros' hands, but in the Astros' hands with Roy Oswalt out there,
who actually started pitching better. And it's, I made the comment about a veteran being able to hold a lead, and I think that's another indication that we didn't see a Roy Oswalt at his absolute best, 100%. At back, I think, was giving him problems. Marlins got to him for 9 hits and 6 runs. Of course, some of those runs came in when Fulchino came in the game. Think about it too. Remember that inning. The Marlins didn't blast away.
Singles and walks.
Nick Johnson singled. A little bloop by Hanley. Bate got a base hit into right field. Infield hit by Cantu. So not a lot of blasts.
Erstad sends one Cody's way. And Ross runs it down.
But enough, as they say, to keep the line moving.
Former Hurricane Tampa native Jason Michaels going to come off the bench. Michaels, who appeared in last night's ball game, was 0 for 1. sure our Vice President of Graphics, Kenny Lee, saw plenty of this guy at the University of Miami.
I like the input Frank gave us last night. Was it 99? Michaels, Aubrey Huff, and Pat Burrell in the lineup together, same time. Who hit fourth? I'm going to guess Pat the Bat hit fourth. Of course, Jim Morris may have split up the righties. May have had Huff in the middle, Burrell third, Michaels fifth.
Kind of surprised that I thought Aubrey Huff would be a guy that might be an impact guy.
Rich and Tommy, if memory serves, and I'm just going off the top of my head, I believe Burrell batted third most of the time and Huff fourth. Jim Morris wanted to get Burrell up in the first inning.
Yeah, you get Burrell, you get the lefty, then you get Michaels, so you have righty, lefty, righty.
That's the way I remember it.
Yeah.
I mean, I could be wrong. We're talking 11 years ago, but that's the way I remember it.
Not quite sure I remember 11 minutes ago.
Here's the 2-1. That one's pulled foul. I was going to say, I thought Huff would be a trade or an impact guy at the trading deadline this year.
A lot of people did. A lot of people. I mean, his name was popping up all over the place, and a lot of people felt that Aubrey Huff, who's in Baltimore,
yes,
would be somewhere other than Baltimore. They're having a good year.
Is giving Cecil Cooper a very good at bat here, battling with the count 2-2.
He's giving Cecil Cooper
a
Cecil Cooper professional at bat.
Cecil Cooper, of course, a longtime Brewer, and finished his career, I believe, with the Red Sox in the mid-70s.
And finished his career a .298 career hitter.
Three and two. He's working with a roster that has its injury issues. He just got Oswalt back. He's hoping that Lance Berkman makes it back for this series.
He's hoping that Mike Hampton can hold up Thursday night.
There's the big Puma.
We didn't hear a report on Berkman. I know first day in, he got some running in with that calf strain, trying to get it ready to play. And they certainly need him, and he makes a huge difference in their life.
If the Marlins could get through this 4-game series without seeing Berkman. 3-2. Of course, the Marlins and the Astros will resume this best-of-7 series in Houston next week. The Marlins and the Astros have a 3-game series coming up in Houston.
Yeah, the Marlins break it up with a 3-game series against the Rockies, and the Astros have a 3-game series in Milwaukee.
The Rockies are losing at home to Pittsburgh 5-1 in the fourth.
Wow. Oh, a nice cutter.
What an at-bat by Michaels and by Meyer, for that matter, to hang in there and then get him on the cutter.
Watch his cut fastball, 88 miles an hour, starts middle of the plate and then darts down and in. Great at bat, but a better pitch to put him away.
Every Sunday is Kids Sunday, and this Sunday we'll learn how to score a baseball game. It's a 5 o'clock start, Marlins and Rockies. Marlins Live starts at 4:30 on a Kids Sunday. Scoring the game. Marlins infield has to adjust to speedy Michael Bourne.
Pre-game producer Bobby Grossman has been working feverishly on scoring a game, getting our input on that. Feverishly.
Jeff Conine will be on the telecast. I wonder if Conine is like you or like I was. When I finished in college, I didn't know how to keep score.
And I've told you, when I first started to broadcast, I had never kept score, so I didn't either.
The pitchers were the ones that always kept score. I wonder if Niner, well, he was a pitcher in college, so maybe he learned there. Hanley's got it. Meyer works a 1-2-3-8. And the Marlins are 3 outs away from quite a comeback.
Driving in Nick Johnson. Dan Uggla with another nice at bat, drawing the walk. Another run came in to score. Jeremy Hermida. Ball 4, RBI, picking up another run. Ross Globe with nice bit of hitting. Good play by Tejada. The only play he had was the force at third, but a run came in, and the Marlins crept closer and, of course, went ahead the next inning. What a terrific game coming back the way the Marlins have been able to do.
8-7, an insurance run here or there would be nice. And we finally see the lefty, Burdak, who comes in and misses up. He is the second out of the bullpen. Jeff Fulcino went 2 innings and is charged with 2 runs. Oswald's line had 6 runs against him.
Yeah, right now the 2 pitchers of record would be Fulcino and Kiko Calero. Burdak can be tough on lefties with a big sweeping curveball he has.
Alberto Arias, whom we saw last night. The bat is going right out with the ball. And nice job by Matsui to get it and throw it before that thing got there.
Because as you're concentrating on the ground ball, you're not exactly sure how fast that bat barrel is coming toward you. And he kept his concentration nicely.
You know, I'm kind of interested to see if Matsui picks up that 2000 hit either in this series or in Houston, because the ceremony that Frank described, likening it to getting the green Masters jacket, that's going to be, I think, fascinating to see.
Well, he has a hit tonight, so he's 4 away from 2000 between Japanese baseball and his time here in the U.S.
There's Leo Nunez. Off the glove of Burdak, and poor Wes Helms gets thrown out.
Well, that's a shame, because that ball was headed towards center field. It'll go 1-6-3. Tell you what, Miguel Tejada's made some nice plays this game. bare hands this after it came off the glove of his pitcher. And then look at the pick by the Gold Glover over there at first base. Nice job by Darren Erstad, but a terrific play by Miguel Tejada.
Some feel he's having the best defensive year of his career.
You know another thing about Tejada, since early '98, I think it was May, he has played wherever he's been 95% of his team's games. So he doesn't miss many games.
Well, he was, it was ironic that he was a shortstop in Baltimore when it happened. He had his streak ended at 1,152 consecutive games. 5th longest in baseball. I believe he got hit on the hand or the wrist. And that's one of the amazing things about Ripken's streak, is that something like that didn't knock him out,
think about it,
at least for a game. Coughlin bounces out. Leo Nunez will get not only the 9th, but a tough Astros order. Carlos Lee, who loves the Crawford boxes in Houston, the first Panamanian to get to 300 home runs. And that came on Saturday against Milwaukee. And he's due up 3rd in this inning. Leo Nunez buckling up, getting ready for the 9th.
Yeah, and I hope you are too. Got Matsui, got Tejada, got Carlos Lee.
So here's Matsui. He has a bunt single. Nunez came in and got 2 outs to finish last night's game.
He had a little trouble with his footing last night. That front foot, he would plant, it would just slip a little bit, and a couple of times he almost cartwheeled off the mound.
Matsui, you look better as a Houston.
Up the middle. Ugla has it. 1 out.
Nicely done on the changeup. Fastball first strike. Got him changeup to just get out in front a little bit. Notice how Dan Ugla really cradled that. He knew he wanted to keep that in front of him with the speed of Matsui going up the line, too.
Now Tejada, productive night for him. He's driven in 3. Not sure if that was a changeup or maybe a little backup slider. That was the fastball, and it's cranked to right center field. Tejada bounces that one off the wall. And the Astros shortstop has yet another hit. The tying run's in scoring position. And Nunez is going to have to work to get this one.
And he has an RBI machine getting ready to step in. Just good swings that we've seen from Tejada. 3 for 5 last night. A 2 for 4 night with 3 RBIs this evening.
Here's Lee. 2-run double was in the 5th.
You want to be able to tell when you watch that radar gun. If it's 86, 87, 85, it's that changeup. Changeup goes into the 94, 96 range. The fastball. Not as many sliders. He'll show it once in a while, but mostly fastballs and changeups.
Nunez last year with Kansas City made 45 appearances, had a 2.98 ERA. Changeup laced into left field. That's a base hit. Up with the ball is Coghlan. Stopping is Tejada. Lee hit that ball so hard it prevented Tejada from scoring.
Yep, that changeup just hung up there, was not a good one, and a mistake pitch to that man. You're just happy he didn't hit it out of the ballpark, but stung so sharply Tejada couldn't score, with Coghlan getting it back in quickly.
So Nunez has runners at the corners in the 9th in a 1-run game.
Each team with 11 hits now. This is where if you're in the middle infield, Hanley, Dan Uggla, they're going to play for 2. If at third or if Nick Johnson gets a hard ground ball, they'll think about Tejada at third base.
Nunez misses up. Pinto getting ready. Base hit, game's tied. Lee stops at second. And so Leo Nunez has blown the save. Jeff Blum with a big hit for the Astros.
All of a sudden, a lot of mistakes with the changeup here in this inning, and the Astros are having good swings. Going to get to a point where maybe Mark Wiley will talk to him about this. He's got to use that fastball to set up the changeup. He's got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
Astros are going to pinch run for Lee with Matt Cada at second. You've got a guy at the plate that's very difficult to double up in Hunter Pence. then you've got a veteran hitter on deck in Pudge. Nunez gets to work. First pitch changeup. Ground ball, Hanley's got it. Uggla's turn. They do double him up.
How about that? It took an absolute rocket to do it, and they got Pitts by a half a step. Nicely done and nicely turned by Dan Uggla.
Nunez blows the save. Tie game, bottom 9. % or more on car insurance by Tobacco Free Florida. Tobacco Free Florida wants you to be tobacco free. And by FP&L, to learn smart ways to conserve energy, log on to fpnl.com. This has been a seesaw affair. Marlins had a 2-1 lead, wiped out by the Astros. Fish came roaring back. Nunez couldn't hold it in the 9th. It's 8-8. Nick Johnson takes ball 1 from Tim Burdack.
As the Astros had in the top of the 9th, there's Matt Cata staying in the game, play left field. The Marlins have here in the bottom of the 9th 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup, and then number 5.
One and one to Nick, who has doubled, singled, walked, flied out. It's 2-1. Jose Valverde in the Astros bullpen was up. I don't know if he was throwing or not, but Valverde looks like he's about to resume. Three and one. Johnson takes a strike. It's 3-2. Before the game was tied, Valverde was throwing. But obviously, in the bottom of the 9th, in a perfect world, if you're Cecil Cooper, you'd like to use him in the bottom of the 10th if you can get a run. Tejada makes another play at short.
You know, one of the reasons the Marlins come to this 9th inning tied It's a nice turn by Dan Uglin. There's the feed from Hanley, but Lum gets on him really good. And Dan, with a nice turn, gets it over to Nick Johnson and doubled up a tough guy. As you pointed out, Rich, Hunter Pence gets down the line quickly.
Well, he must have been throwing because I haven't seen him throw a pitch in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, he's going to come on and face Hanley.
And he's coming in.
Wow.
So the Astros go to their closer in the bottom of the ninth. 8-8. Maroney called to the pen.
When you need a car.
In hand, the Astros have double switched. Jeff Keppinger comes in at left, and here is Valverde, an imposing figure, the 31-year-old from the Dominican Republic. 44 saves last year. And he dials up a strike to Hanley.
Fastball, sliders, and splits, and as you said, very intimidating out there on the mound. Hanley's a little sample of Valverde, 1 for 2 in his career.
Valverde spent time on the disabled list with a cap straight, and Hanley drives it to right field, base hit. All right, now the running game comes into play.
Boy, Hanley with his third base hit. I'm guessing that puts him right around the 350 range now. He came into the game at 348. Continues to swing the bat better than any right-handed hitter in the league against right-handed pitching.
Cantu 1 for 3. Valverde misses inside.
And as expected, Hanley now at 351 with his batting average. And thinking about a stolen base right now.
Valverde has that interesting delivery. There you see the 3 hit games. Sets the ball high. Almost tough to tell as a base stealer when
he's really set.
Yeah.
But there does come a point in time, rules-wise, that he has to stop. He has to pause somewhere. But for him, it's usually about eye level. Right there.
You've got great arm behind the plate in Pudge.
Yeah, the other thing about Pudge that he's been so good at his entire career, not only a good arm, quick feet, quick release. It's like an infielder back there. see the 96. Where Valverde gets in trouble, he makes mistakes with that slider, sometimes the split, and that pitch becomes hittable.
Struck him out. Just like that, here comes Baker.
No problem for Valverde with that fastball in that area.
Here is Bake. Big night for Bake. Is lined out, struck out. Was a pretty good pitch, and he didn't swing.
There's been a lot of close pitches on both sides that Adrian Johnson has not called strikes. This is a situation, if Hanley steals, I don't have a problem with it. They could walk Bake if he does, but Dan Uggla's been swinging the bat well.
Slider strike, 1-1. Well, ball in the gap, and you've got the speed to score with Hanley.
That's why the outfielders are a little deeper than normal.
Hanley's running. Pudge's throw. Safe. Did you see Valverde hit the deck? Valverde is a big man, and he wanted to make himself as small as he could, so Pudge didn't get him. Watch this.
Look at how quick Pudge gets that ball to second base. And he literally hit the deck. Number 22 for Hanley.
Boy, Tejada made that a close play.
Yeah, and Hanley got a good jump. Tejada made it a close play. Pudge Rodriguez made it a close play.
And Bake's got a 2-1 count. Outfield shortens up a bit. Baker ground ball up the middle. Matsui has it. We are going to extra innings. 8-8 to the 10th. Valverde gets the job done. but it's 8-8 in the 10th. And the other thing to look forward to, Frank is still here. Frank?
Of course we're still here because we have to do Marlins Live postgame. Stay tuned if you're just joining us. We'll recap all the key moments of tonight's ball game against the Houston Astros. Plus we'll hear from the manager, Freddie Gonzalez, that and a whole lot more on Marlins Live postgame. And tomorrow, before Game 3 of the series on Marlins Live pregame show, we're going to take a visit to the Marlins single-A team in Greensboro, North Carolina. We were up there working on the Inside the Marlins with Jack McKeon. He goes to see Greensboro games. We thought we'd check in on the Grasshoppers, talk to some of the players there about what life is like at low-A ball in a very nice, by the way, 7,000-seat modern ballpark in downtown Greensboro. So that's all tomorrow on Marlins Live. Guys?
Here's Pudge. Thanks, Frank. Daniel Pinto in. Pinto takes over for Nunez. It will be interesting to see how both managers use their pen from this point forward.
Yeah, both managers running out of relief help and running out of bench players.
Marlins have Emilio Bonifacio and Ronnie Paulino.
And Jason Cooper has a couple of catches. Of course, Chris Coast can play many positions, but Chris Coast and Roberto Quintero.
Fastball struck him out.
Yeah, he set him up nicely with a changeup and then came back to get him to chase a high fastball.
The Phillies got a run in the 8th and lead the Cubs 3-2. Actually, now they've added on, and it's 4-2. Ugla on to first. Pinto makes quick work of the first two hitters.
Number 28, outfielder Jeff Keppinger.
Here comes Keppinger, the former Cincinnati Red.
Keppinger had that broken kneecap last year. Missed a lot of baseball. The University of Georgia.
See the pad that he wears? He did that against the Marlins, didn't he?
Well, I think he did, yes. And they had, at the time, Alex Gonzalez had a broken kneecap. Both their shortstop. Nice inning by Pinto.
Brief inning by Pinto. 5 pitches by Pinto. Jose Valverde's going to stay out there, so the closer for the Astros is still there. Chewy is still here. Though Valverde has a better fastball.
They're about the same size, though.
Dan Uggla, Cody Ross, Jeremy Hermida. Uggla tonight is 2 for 3 with an RBI.
Good eye, look it over.
See if he sees that 2-0 fastball.
He did. It's 2-1.
Thing about 2-0, 3-1, if you're really looking for that fastball, especially in a tie game, extra innings, you're looking for it middle in, something you can pull. That was on the outer part of the plate.
That's out, and it's 3-1. Uggla this year has walked 65 times. Sanchez in the bullpen. He's on pace to shatter his career high, which is 77. High fly ball. Out number 1. And up comes Cody Ross.
Well, can we say Cody's due? Hitless tonight. He's 0 for 4. 6 home runs, though, in his last 11 games.
Most of his hits lately have been home runs. Valverde missed with the breaking ball. And then heats up a fastball.
Yeah, heats it up with a little movement, too. That ball kind of cut away.
We had the fastball in the wheelhouse. One and 2 to Cody Ross. 8-8, 10th inning.
Valverde missed 41 games earlier this year with a calf strain.
This was the walk-off shot against the Cubs. Ground ball, fair ball. 2 down.
And not too many errors over there at third base. Jeff Blum, just 2 errors in his last 115 games at third base.
Here now is Hermida, 0 for 3. have 8 runs on 12 hits. Astros have 8 runs, 12 hits. Pitcher spot is due up next. Sanchez is in the pen and Bonifacio is waiting. Three and 0. It's not often you see a closer come in on the road in the bottom half of an inning like Valverde did in the 9th. And now he's pitching in the 10th. You don't see too many closers go multiple innings.
They go for more than 3 outs. He had a few saves with 4 outs this year, but this will be his last inning.
He's thrown 25 pitches.
Seven. That one. Yeah, and the fear, not really a fear, but the concern for a manager, probably could go out and pitch another inning, but now you don't have Mitch closer the next night.
That might be a fear tomorrow night. He's approaching 30 pitches. Is aboard. Here comes Bonifacio.
This year, the Marlins are 6-6 in extra inning games. Freddie Gonzalez, since he has been the Marlins manager, 65 and 57 in 1-run games and 22 and 17 in extra inning games.
Those are pretty good numbers. Oh and 1. Phillies and the Cubs are tied. The Cubs just got a run in the bottom of the 9th. And that's a 3-3 game.
I'm assuming off Brad Lidge.
Goes to the screen, and Hermida is in scoring position.
Now that might be, we saw a pitch last night that was ruled a wild pitch that certainly was catchable. You throw him 95 miles an hour, it isn't all that easy. Pudge set up outside. And that'll be a wild pitch. And that's a tough one to get to when it has that velocity. And keep in mind, with Bonifacio up there, the outfielders are not deep. Can't believe Pence is as deep as he is in right field.
1 and 2. There's the look.
So tough to score. Ball hit to left or center. Pence is a little deeper, but he has a real good arm.
Two and 2. 2-2 to Bonifacio. Boy, Valverde is all over the place, and you wonder now, he's over 30 pitches. The Marlins have extended him. You wonder if he's going to be available tomorrow night.
Yeah, the other thing I'm wondering, if you have he'll probably throw it here, but I'm surprised he's been messing around with his other pitches. When you throw 95 or 96 miles an hour, we've seen Bonifacio, we've seen pitchers all year throwing high fastballs.
And get him out.
And he's been trying to get him out with other stuff. He'll throw the fastball here.
Let's see if Bonifacio's ready. Ground ball, base hit, left field. They're going to send Hermida. Keppinger's throw. He's going to be out by 25 feet. Pudge is down. The inning is over. Boy, with Coghlan coming up, this wasn't even close.
Keppinger's an infielder, charges the ball well and throws a one-hop strike. Hermida is out by 15 feet.
Watch the slide.
Pudge doesn't really block the plate. Hermida's foot is on the base, and Pudge tags him up on the thigh.
You know, I think Pudge was expecting a collision since the ball got there so soon.
Yeah. You know, it's a call that rarely is going to go the other way because the ball beat him by so much. But he actually appeared to have his foot on the plate, and Pudge tagged him up high on the thigh.
Bonifacio is going to stay in the game, and he's out in center field. Cody Ross moves over to right, and Brian Sanchez comes in Jeremy Hermida's spot. Top of the order for the Astros. We saw Pudge roll around in pain after the play. I think he thought there was going to be a collision because he started up high and then had to go down low.
And he really left the plate exposed. Usually a catcher, when he gets the ball in that much time, is going to drop a knee and just block the runner. So somewhere on that ankle, he's got some pain.
Fly ball left. Coghlan is there. Nice play.
Boy, it was, and we've seen the importance because of the speed of Bourne to keep him off the bases. 2 stolen bases tonight. So a good play by Chris Coghlan as Bourne's retired. Got the tap, but he's okay.
Here is Matsui. Emilio Bonifacio is playing deep. I mean, that's Carlos Lee deep. That's not Kaz Matsui deep.
Shading him a little bit to left center. A lot of room in right center.
Sanchez 1-1. Wesley Wright. And Sanchez evens the count at 2-2. If you're spinning around the dial or the dish and you've landed here, you can see the Phillies are in extra innings. The Marlins are 3.5 behind the Phillies. This has been a weird game. Chris Volstad wobbled. The Astros took what looked like a commanding 7-2 lead, only to have the Marlins come roaring back and get 4 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th, and take a 1-run lead to the 9th, where Leo Nunez promptly blew the save. Hits by Tejada, Lee, and Blum. The Marlins, in the bottom of the 10th, just had the potential winning run thrown out at the plate by a lot. I mean,
well, we talked about with Bonifacio, the hitter, Keppinger is playing left field, not playing deep at all, so got to the ball quickly, well before Hermida got to third base even.
Sanchez continues to sparkle as he strikes out Matsui.
There are 2 schools of thought. If you're in Bo Porter's position, here's a good fastball that gets Matsui. Yes, Chris Coghlan's coming up. First of all, you have to make a quick decision. Chris Coghlan's coming up. No guarantee he's going to get a hit.
Right.
Secondly, you have a guy who's primarily been an infielder in his career, Jeff Keppinger, in left field, a la Coghlan. So you make him make a perfect throw, and he did.
Sanchez bends one up there to Tejada. Yeah, Brad Lidge blew a save tonight. Milton Bradley got him for an RBI hit.
He's gradually picking things up. Bradley over 260 now. You realize Tejada on the year and is well over 400 at bats, so over 450. He has struck out just 36 times and walked only 13.
Wow. That's Molina-like. Chris Coast. Line drive, center field, and a base hit. Tejada just keeps hitting. He takes a big turn. And don't go to sleep on him, or he'll steal second.
So it's going to be Coast pinch hitting for Valverde. And we've seen Coast the last couple of years. Backup catcher did a terrific job with the Philadelphia Phillies.
Mark Wiley out to talk to Sanchez. Coast has been playing a little bit of first base as well as catcher.
Yeah, he's a little more versatile, mentioning they have Quintero left now. Quintero primarily a catcher. Coach can play some other positions.
Top of the 11th. Well, we knew it would be a strange night when the email bag crashed.
Just think of the emails we could have gotten tonight.
There's probably, just like planes in Philly the other night.
Backed up.
I mean, when they finally fix that thing tomorrow, the emails will just come flooding out.
They'll overflow.
Of course, we're assuming it'll get fixed tomorrow night. We're hoping. Or else I'm telling you, I'm giving your cell phone number out, and we're doing the texting.
Just think of the emails we would have gotten tonight, too. A lot of things to talk about.
Yeah.
We had David Sampson with us. We had a great ball game.
Sanchez trying to pick at that corner. You know who has 13 runs and 20 hits tonight? The San Diego Padres. Wow. They're beating Milwaukee in Milwaukee. Cardinals are losing 5-2 in the 8th to Cincinnati. Post fouls it off. Mets are losing 5-2 in the 5th in Arizona. Colorado is losing 6-2 to Pittsburgh in the bottom of the 7th. Troy Tulowitzki's homered the night after he went for the cycle.
I think he got the triple. His last base hit, too. Tulowitzki last night.
Of course, he's headed in this direction with the Rockies for the weekend. Everybody's working for the weekend. Tejada stole the base last night.
Chris Coast giving Brian Sanchez a nice battle.
I don't know about you, but I feel like Jose Cruz looked like he felt
when he was rubbing the baseball on his forehead.
And then he took the water and poured it right into his eyes.
Yeah, it's a large bottle of Visine.
Coast to left, Coughlin in, makes the catch. Bottom of the 11th coming up, it's 8-8. Don't go anywhere, kids. Hanley's kind of feeling that way. Both managers have had to really do some mental gymnastics in this one. Their starters not all that effective. Their bullpens have been taxed. Wesley Wright comes out of the Astros pen.
Well, a couple of times he's given Cecil Cooper 3 innings. So he is a guy that can come out of that pen for more than just one. Goes back to the top of the order with Chris Coglin.
Coglin takes outside. Wesley Wright.
Not a big guy.
No. Just 5'11", 160. He is out of Goshen, Alabama.
And you know what? In this game, if he says 5'11", he's probably 5'10".
Well, what do you say?
I used to say 5'11", and I'm 5'10".
Here's the 2-0, and it's 3-0.
I remember years ago, my dad said, they'll never check. Say 5'11".
Coglin, Johnson, Hanley, and Coglin works a walk. The winning run is aboard.
And you get to this point in the game, the importance, obviously, of getting first man on, but you're not going to get matchups out of the bullpen, because right now Cecil Cooper is running through his bullpen, and so it's going to be Wesley Wright, the left-hander, out there.
Dewey Robinson is out. Marlins had a 1-run lead. In the 7th was their big inning.
Yeah, big inning was that big hit of John Baker's driving in 2. That put the Marlins up at that time 8-7. And then in the 9th inning, Leo Nunez came in to close it out, couldn't do it, and the Astros tied it. 10th inning, looked like the Marlins might have a shot on the base hit by Bonifacio, but Hermida out at the plate. And no, you don't bunt with Nick Johnson, because if you do, they just walk Hanley. Plus, his last sacrifice bunt was in June of '06. And he has a great eye, and you've just seen Wesley Wright walk Chris Coglin, and you know Nick Johnson's going to be patient.
There's a strike. It's 1-1. Off to a great start in August. Off to a great start as a Marlin. Coglin's running. Got a good break, and he steals it. Boy, that's good work by a rookie. In a tight game, when you need a stolen base against a lefty, he read the move.
Yeah, I think more and more you just see how smart a player Chris Coglin is. And he takes that peek, and no chance at all for Pudge, who held on.
Two and 1. Hanley is on deck.
Got a pitch, you can see that Nick was trying to pull a ball there. Got that top hand, tried to roll over, pull a ball, just swung through it.
Hanley following Johnson. Coglin's at second. Ball in the dirt. Counts full now at 3-2. The splits for Nick Johnson, lefty righty. He actually hits lefties better this year. 339 against the lefties, 280 against righties. Full count.
than me because I can't take that pitch. This is close. Fastball, it's probably down, but boy, is it close. And does he ever have patience? Look at the look of Jose Cruz. Jose Cruz swings at that pitch.
Yes, he does. All right, here's Hanley. 3 hits for Hanley.
422 with runners in scoring position.
Big breaking ball. Wesley Wright gets a strike. Alberto Arias in the bullpen. Oh, he swung at a pitch in the dirt. It's 0-2.
We talked about Hanley with the best average in the league against righties. A mere .313 against left-handed pitching.
Take a pitch to you.
0-2. Hanley has seen 2 breaking balls. And he got another. He gets a piece and he stays alive. This was Roy Oswald against Chris Volstad. Neither pitched well. Volstad 4 2/3, 6 runs. Oswald 5 innings, 6 runs.
And both have been out for a while.
These two teams have been playing for 4 hours. Oh, Hanley took a called third.
And a couple of times.
Down
he took a called third strike on a fastball in the 7th inning.
Wow.
Yeah, you get to a point, and Hanley guesses. Everybody guesses. But when you get 2 strikes and you have men on, you just can't do that. Because obviously he was looking for that slider again.
Well, Cantu now with Baker to follow. One and 0. Astros haven't paid too much attention to Coghlan at second.
And the unfortunate thing for Hanley, he's had a nice night. 3 hits. But his 2 strikeouts have been on fastballs down the middle where he was looking for a breaking ball.
And both times there was a runner at second base. Cantu pulled the trigger on the fastball, and it's 1-1.
That time I think he got a little bit away from the approach that he's had this year that's garnered him a lot of RBI. Stand back, base hits the other way.
Best pitch. It's 1-2. Cantu strikes out.
By the one before being called a strike, you almost can't lay off that next one, and that's what happens. So the pitch before really set up that slider, and it got Cantu to chase it.
Now Baker to face Wright. Boy, the inning opened with Coghlan walking, then he stole second, then Johnson walked. But Wesley Wright then strikes out the 3-4 hitters, Hanley and Cantu. Baker. Phillies are in the bottom of the 11 in Chicago. 3-3. Something's up.
I don't think it's any arm injury or anything like this.
So it's 0-1 Baker. Baker 2-run double in the 7th. RBI single in the 6th. Check swing. Didn't go.
Certainly good speed, good base runner, and Chris Coghlan representing the winning run at second.
Marlins have had that potential winning run thrown out at the plate. That was Hermida thrown out by Keppinger in the 10th. Coach trying to calm down his young pitcher. Wesley Wright is 24. Outside. 2-1. Coghlan's at second. Johnson's at first. 2-1 coming. That's way out. Does that give Baker the luxury of sitting on a fastball here?
It does. It's been a struggle for him this year against lefties. Of course, his playing time against lefties has been limited with the platoon of Ronnie Paulino and John Baker. But just 160 Bake's hitting against left-handers this year. So, yeah, sit on that fastball and hope you get a good one.
Let's see what he gets. Ball 4 is what he gets. Up comes Ugler. So, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts. Cecil Cooper has seen enough. He would like the right-hander to pitch to Ugler. 8-8 in the 11th. Here's Ambaruni, call to the pen.
When you need a car, truck or van.
Now, we mentioned Arias was in the game last night for an inning. All he did was just gave up a double to Jeremy Hermida. That's it. But as I told you as we went to break, I actually like Dan Uggla hitting against Arias as opposed to the left-hander Wesley Wright.
Bags loaded. There's the winning run. Got Johnson and Baker out there as well. Arias pitched last night. Uggla didn't face him. Ball one.
And it's a lot of pressure on Arias, as it would have been on Wright, but at least Wright was in the game. A lot more pressure on the guy who comes in with bases loaded.
Uggla hits a pop-up. First stab over, and it's out of reach. One ball, one strike. A walk wins it. A hit wins it. A wild pitch could win it.
See it tomorrow night. Well, they just keep continuing to find a way. I just felt confident with Uggs hitting against the right-hander Arias as opposed to Wright, who had that good slider down and in. He likes pitches out over the plate. Arias likes his fastball. And Dan Uggla absolutely crushes a fastball that tailed back and got a lot of the plate. As soon as he hit it, he knew it was through the hole.
3 hits tonight for Dan Uggla. That is a walk-off winner. Marlins have won 5 in a row. 9-8 the final.